The ocean. Vast, endless, and largely unknown. Beneath its waves lie secrets that no human eye has fully witnessed. Vanished ships, glowing creatures, time-warping currents, and shadows that seem alive. For centuries, sailors have whispered of mysteries too strange to explain and too terrifying to ignore. Tonight, we journey into the deepest, darkest corners of the sea. 100 true ocean mysteries that remain unsolved and may haunt your imagination forever. Keep your lights dim, your senses alert, and listen carefully, for the ocean is watching. Unsolved ocean mysteries that will never be explained intro. The sea remembers the ocean has always been a paradox. It's a world that promises beauty, yet swallows truth whole. A place that holds more secrets than stars in the sky. Every inch of it, from the churning surface to the silent black trench floors, has a story it refuses to tell. And tonight, we travel into the stories the sea never surrendered. Mysteries that drift between time, tragedy, and the supernatural. Stories of ships that sailed into calm waters and vanished without a trace. Planes that disappeared from radar as if erased by an invisible hand. Bodies of water so still and ordinary looking, yet with whispers of something ancient living below. These are mysteries that will never be solved. So sit back, settle into the dim light, and listen to the ocean breathe. Chapter 1, clean narrative version, triple length. The morning. The Kaz II was found drifting in the Coral Sea. The water was almost unnervingly calm. Dawn spread itself across the horizon in slow golden bands, turning each moving ripple into a sheet of shining metal. To the Coast Guard crew on patrol, it should have been an ordinary, uneventful day, the kind where the sea behaves like a gentle, half-asleep creature. But that illusion dissolved the moment they spotted the small white catamaran drifting ahead. It wasn't listing. It wasn't damaged. It wasn't struggling. It was moving with eerie purpose, following a straight, unwavering path across the water, but with no visible life aboard. At first, the Coast Guard thought perhaps the crew was below deck, maybe dealing with an engine issue. But as they drew nearer, something about the stillness felt wrong. Boats have a certain rhythm when they're occupied. Footsteps, movement, voices, the mundane sounds of human presence. The Kaz II had none of it. It floated across the endless blue like a ghost sent on an errand it didn't want to complete. When the patrol vessel pulled alongside, one officer raised his voice and called out for the crew. His words vanished instantly, swallowed by the wide and empty silence. No answering shout. No movement. Not even the subtle rustle of fabric from someone turning their head. Two officers stepped across to the deck, and instantly, all the small hairs on their arms stood up. The boat was immaculate, almost unnaturally so. No signs of a struggle. No gear thrown around. Everything neatly arranged in ways that suggested someone had been on the deck not long before. The sails were set correctly. The lines were coiled perfectly. The engine hummed at a steady idle, a soft mechanical heartbeat echoing through the hull. Someone had been here, and someone had been here recently. But the deck was empty. Inside the cabin, the situation only grew stranger. It looked as if life had simply paused mid-movement. A half-eaten meal waited patiently on the table, sandwiches sliced neatly, a beer bottle standing open but unfinished. A newspaper lay open to the crossword page, and one answer hung incomplete, the pen resting exactly where someone had left it. A laptop glowed softly in the dim cabin light, sitting on the email screen as if someone had stepped away from typing. Every detail suggested the men would return at any moment, but they never did. The men aboard the Kaz-2, Derek Batten and brothers Peter and James Tunstead, were experienced sailors, the kind of men who respected the water, who knew its dangers, who wouldn't have left their vessel lightly, yet every life jacket remained in its proper place. The radio worked. The emergency beacon was never touched. Nothing was missing. One fishing line trailed into the water off the stern, bait still intact, as if someone had set it not long before vanishing. And the most disturbing part came when investigators reviewed the final video footage the men had recorded. The footage showed nothing chaotic, nothing alarming. Three friends were smiling, adjusting sails, pointing toward the horizon. The sea was gentle, the sky was clear. Their conversation was relaxed. It looked like the beginning of a perfect afternoon, as the very last frame captured one of them standing at the helm. He wasn't shouting. He wasn't panicked. He wasn't gesturing wildly. He was just staring at something in the distance, with an expression the camera didn't quite understand, as though he was trying to make sense of something he wasn't supposed to see. And then, nothing. Investigators tried to construct every possible theory. Perhaps one man fell overboard. The others tried to rescue him, but experienced sailors Don T abandoned a running vessel without killing the engine. Not all three. Not without grabbing a single life jacket. Not without leaving a single sign of struggle. Maybe pirates had come, but the boat had no damage, and nothing was stolen. The cabin was untouched. Maybe they anchored and swam, but there was no anchor deployed, and the water was calm and empty for miles. No theory fit. The ocean kept whatever answer it took. What lingered most in the minds of those who first boarded the Kaz, the second, was not just the absence of the men, but the presence of everything else. As if the world aboard the boat was frozen in time, with 3 gestures, 3 routines, 3 conversations left hanging in midair. A table set for a meal no one finished, a crossword half complete, a beer standing open, waiting for a hand that would never return. The Kaz the second drifted on, humming softly, carrying only questions. And the coral sea, wide and ancient and endlessly secretive, never gave any of them back. Chapter 2, The Vanishing Sky. Flight 19. The day Flight 19 disappeared should have been the kind of winter day pilots dream of. December 5th, 1945, a crisp, clear Florida afternoon where the sky stretched endlessly above, bright and cloudless. The Atlantic shimmered a deep, steady blue beneath it. For the 5 Navy Avenger torpedo bombers preparing for a routine training mission, conditions were ideal, predictable, ordinary. Nothing about this afternoon should have become legend. The men aboard the planes were a mix of experienced pilots and trainees, but all were confident, steady, disciplined. They had flown these training routes many times. There was no anticipation of danger, no tension in the air. They laughed, traded small talk, checked their instruments with casual ease. These weren't men walking into the unknown. They were professionals doing something familiar, something mundane. At 2:10 p.m., the aircraft lifted from the runway at Fort Lauderdale, engines roaring in unison, rising into the bright blue afternoon sky. Their plan was simple: fly east, run a bombing exercise over the sea, and return home, a trip that should have taken no more than 3 hours. Everything was normal for nearly the first hour. Then, at around 3:30 p.m., when the squadron should have been turning west for home, A strange tension crept into the radio frequency, a rattling static, a crackling hesitation, and a voice confused, uneasy, threaded with something the radio operator couldn't quite identify. Control. This doesn't look right. It was Lieutenant Charles Taylor, the leader of the squadron. An experienced pilot, a man who knew the Florida coast as well as his own home. Can you repeat that? FT-28? Oh? The control tower asked. Taylor's voice returned, but this time it held something sharper, confusion tumbling into unease. I'm completely lost. Everything looks wrong. The ocean doesn't look like the Atlantic. The radio room exchanged glances. Pilots didn't say things like that, not seasoned ones. No one flying a route they'd flown dozens of times. What is your position, FT-28? The controller asked. A long pause. Not sure, Taylor said, his voice quieter. None of our compasses are working. Those words, none of our compasses are working, still haunt people. Back in the radio tower, an unsettling quiet fell across the room. A broken compass wasn't uncommon. Multiple broken compasses in 5 different aircraft. That was something else entirely. You're flying over the Florida Keys, the controller replied. Turn north to head home. But Taylor insisted, almost stubbornly, almost as though fighting something unseen. We can't be over the Keys. They look wrong. The ocean looks wrong. No one in the radio room understood what he meant, and Taylor's voice held no elaboration, only a kind of bewildered frustration. The light began to shift as the sun dipped lower. The wind picked up, and the airplanes kept drifting farther from land. The other pilots began chiming in, now younger, more anxious voices edging into panic. We're not sure where we are. We're running out of fuel. Sir, should we just turn west? My gauges aren't reading properly. The radio recordings from that day would later be described as some of the most unnerving ever captured by naval aviation. At one point, one of the men, his voice trembling, asked Taylor if they could simply fly west and trust that the coast would eventually appear. Taylor shut him down instantly, insisting they had to stay together, keep heading northeast, keep searching for something he couldn't explain. The sky, which had been clear earlier, grew darker. Clouds rolled over the open ocean like slow-moving giants. Rain began to spit in scattered bursts. The calm Florida afternoon shifted into something harsher, more unpredictable. The radio tower tried desperately to re-establish control, but static began swallowing the transmissions, words cut in and out of existence. Sea is white, don't recognize. Everything looked strange. By 5 p.m., sunset was closing in. The last coherent transmission from Taylor reached the tower like a message sent from another world. We can't hold altitude. When the first plane drops below 10 gallons, we all go down together, and then silence. A heavy, total, consuming silence. Flight 19 was gone. As panic surged through the base, a rescue operation was launched immediately. A PBM Mariner flying boat loaded with 13 crew members soared into the night sky, heading toward the last known location of the squadron. It flew into the darkness with urgency, its pilot confident, its fuel tanks full. 20 minutes later, a massive explosion lit up the horizon. A tanker crew reported seeing a fireball bloom over the ocean, high and bright before fading into blackness. The rescue plane had vanished, and with it, every man aboard. No debris was found, no oil slick, no bodies. No bodies from Flight 19 or from the rescue aircraft. Over the following days, ships crisscrossed thousands of square miles of ocean. Planes flew search pattern after search pattern. Navy divers prepared for grim recovery, but nothing ever surfaced. 5 aircraft and 14 men vanished. Then the plane sent to find them along with 13 more. 27 lives swallowed in a single afternoon. Investigators wrote their reports. Theories were stretched thin, compasses failing, storms forming unexpectedly, disorientation, fuel depletion, pilot error, but those explanations always felt incomplete. Too neat for something that happened with such impossible silence. Too small to explain the faces of the radio operators who heard men describing an ocean that didn't look right, a sky that seemed unfamiliar, a world that shifted into something unrecognizable. Even now, decades later, the mystery remains. The Atlantic is full of secrets, but few run as deep as this one. A squadron of planes lifted into a blue December sky and simply never returned. The ocean absorbed them without hesitation, without evidence, without witness. And whatever the men of Flight 19 saw before the sky closed around them, the sea has never given back. Chapter 3. The Lake That Swallows Men. The disappearance at Lake Anjikuni. There are places in the world where silence feels alive, where wind moves differently, where the air tastes older, like it remembers a time before people ever set foot on the land. Lake Anjikuni in the remote northern reaches of Canada is one of those places. The lake sits in a stretch of wilderness so far removed from cities and highways that even satellite signals falter. Pines crowd the edge of the shoreline, dark and motionless, as though guarding something ancient sleeping beneath the waves. In winter, the snow settles in thick blankets, burying footprints so thoroughly that the forest seems untouched even minutes after someone passes through. It was in this unforgiving isolation, in the early 1930s, that one of the most unsettling disappearances in history took place. One that would leave even hardened trappers and frontiersmen afraid to speak of it aloud. The story begins with a seasoned fur trapper named Joe LaBelle, who was no wide-eyed traveler unfamiliar with the wilderness. He'd spent years navigating the frozen trails, years surviving brutal winters and long nights. He knew the land, the people, the animals, and the dangers. Nothing surprised him. That was about to change. LaBelle had been traveling toward a small Inuit village he had visited many times before. It sat along the shoreline of Lake Anjikuni, a cluster of huts and shacks that glowed warmly at night when families lit their fires. He knew the people there, men who carved bone tools, women who cooked over crackling fires, children who played along the snowbanks and laughed loudly enough for the sound to carry across the ice. It was a place alive with movement, with life, with human presence. But as LaBelle approached the village on a cold November evening, a strange stillness settled over him like an invisible hand pressing against his shoulders. The dogs were the first sign that something was wrong. As he neared the outskirts, he expected to hear barking, the jingle of harnesses, the scraping of sleds being readied. Instead, the silence was absolute. He saw the faint outline of the village structures up ahead, black against the white snow, but no smoke rose from the chimneys. No children ran out to greet him. No voices murmured in the huts. Nothing moved. By the time he reached the edge of the village, the air tasted metallic, cold, heavy. Something was wrong, LaBelle called out, announcing his arrival. His voice echoed across the lake and came back to him distorted and thin. He waited, expecting a reply. None came. He stepped between the huts, snow crunching beneath his boots. Every hut was silent. He pushed open the first door. Sighed. The hut was empty, but not abandoned in the usual way. There were no signs of rapid departure. Food still hung over the small stone hearth, charred but uneaten. Furs lay neatly spread over sleeping platforms. Carved bone comb sat on a shelf. Everything was exactly as it should have been, except for the people. No footprints let out. No signs of struggle. No possessions missing. The village appeared as though everyone had simply stood up mid-morning and walked into the air. Labelle moved from hut to hut. He found tools placed where they always were. He found meals prepared but untouched. He found sleds neatly tied with not a rope out of place. But the people were gone. Not one. Not a handful. The entire village. He checked the shoreline, scanning the frozen lake for signs of a fishing party or hunters returning home. Nothing. The lake was a sheet of unbroken silver, silent as a grave. At one hut, he found something that chilled him to the bone, a pot of stew that was still warm, as if its owner had stepped outside minutes before Labelle arrived. But there were no tracks, no indentations in the snow, nothing disturbed. The forest surrounding the lake was known to be dense with predators, wolves, wolverines, even the occasional bear, yet not a single animal had scavenged the now abandoned village. Everything was too still, too intact. Even the dogs, usually tied outside, were gone. All except one. Near the edge of the village, Labelle found a sled dog lying motionless in the snow. At first he thought it was sleeping or injured, but as he knelt beside it, he realized the truth. The dog had starved to death. Its chain was taut. It had been waiting for someone who would never return. Labelle felt a heaviness in his chest, a kind of dread he had never known, not even in the worst winter storms. He fled the village and traveled through the freezing night to the nearest telegraph office to alert authorities. When investigators arrived days later, the village remained exactly as Labelle described it, empty, silent, untouched. They combed the forest for miles, drilled through the ice to search for bodies. They questioned neighboring settlements. Nothing. Some of the wilderness rangers who investigated later refused to speak of the case. One man, years after retiring, told his grandson that Lake Anjikuni was a place where the land changed shape when it wanted to hide something. Another claimed that even the animals avoided the shoreline after that winter. The official record didn't provide answers. Some claimed it was a mass migration, but migrations leave signs, footprints, discarded belongings, food stores taken. Not a village frozen in perfect stillness. Others whispered darker explanations. But something came across the lake that night. Something ancient carried on the wind. Stories spoke of an old presence beneath the ice. Something that listened. Something that watched. Something that could lure entire communities into the dark without leaving a single mark. Whether those stories hold truth or not, Lake Anjikuni remains a place where the wind seems to whisper to many secrets, where campfires burn a little too quietly, and where travelers swear they feel unseen, eyes watching from between the trees. To this day, the people who disappeared have never been found. Not one body, not one bone, not one shred of clothing. The village simply dissolved into the empty white silence. Some say the lake swallowed them. Others say the sky did. But the truth, whatever it was, left no trace. And Lake Anjikuni, still and ancient and utterly unbothered, keeps its mystery buried beneath the snow. Chapter 4. The Ship That Sailed Itself. The Carol Adhering. Long before the Coast Guard spotted her drifting off the treacherous waters of Cape Hatteras, Carol Adhering had already become a rumor on the sea. A 5-masted schooner with red sails and a proud wooden hull. She looked almost mythical when fully rigged. She was the kind of ship poets wrote about and sailors admired, sturdy, graceful, built for long voyages. But in January of 1921, she would become something else entirely. A question the ocean still refuses to answer. The Deering set sail from Barbados after delivering coal, manned by a seasoned captain and a capable crew. The weather was favorable. The winds were kind. Nothing suggested the ship was sailing into oblivion. The last confirmed sighting came on January 28th, when a lightship keeper stationed on Diamond Shoals observed the schooner creeping eerily close to the shoals, a famously dangerous stretch of shifting sandbars known as the graveyard of the Atlantic. The keeper noted something strange immediately. A man stood at the helm waving his arms. But it wasn't the captain. It was a younger man, more disturbing. He looked agitated, almost frantic, as if urging the lightship keeper to relay a message. Before the lightship keeper could respond, the Deering drifted away, silent and steady, swallowed by the waves and fading dusk. 2 days later, she was found aground on Diamond Shoals, the surf smashing relentlessly into her sides as gulls circled overhead. At first glance, it was a standard shipwreck. But then the investigators boarded. What they found was not a wreck. It was a ghost. The helm stood abandoned. The wheel was locked in place. The logbook gone, the navigational instruments gone, the lifeboats gone. Everything that could give a clue to what had happened was missing, as though someone had carefully removed the story. In the crew's quarters, mattresses were still rumpled from sleep. Clothing lay folded. The galley contained a fully stocked kitchen, pots still hanging neatly in place, a bag of flour left open as if someone had planned to return to it shortly. Meals had been prepared but never eaten. Footsteps on deck had frozen mid-stride. The ship had simply stopped being inhabited. But what struck the investigators most was that nothing had been taken except what a crew would need to flee the ship in a hurry: navigation tools, logbooks, and lifeboats. No valuables missing, no cargo stolen, no signs of mutiny or violence, no blood, no damage to suggest a storm. It was as if the crew had arranged their departure calmly, methodically, but left no indication why. People began whispering theories: mutiny, pirates, weather, hallucination, illness. None of these fit. If the crew mutinied, why leave the schooner intact and undamaged? Why abandon all their personal belongings? Why leave the sails set perfectly, as if preserving the ship in pristine condition? If pirates had attacked, where was the evidence? Pirates do not leave order. They leave chaos. If a storm had struck, the ship would show it. Snapped masts, torn sails, battered hull. But the Deering looked untouched. The most unsettling theory floated in quiet conversations by old sea captains involved something far older than the ship itself. The strange pull of the graveyard of the Atlantic, a place folklore claimed, was watched over by the spirits of lost sailors. A place where compasses spun unpredictably, where lights flickered in unnatural patterns, and where entire crews claimed to see things in the fog that did not match any known vessel. Some believed that Deering had drifted into a patch of ocean that did not follow the rules of the world above it. A place where time warped, where one could lose sense of direction, where sounds became distorted whispers. Others claimed the crew may have seen something, a silhouette on the water, a strange ship in the fog, an impossible shape beneath the waves, something that compelled them to flee. Whatever they fled from, they never reached land. Lifeboats were never found. Bodies were never recovered. The ocean kept the crew as quietly as it had taken them. For months after, fishermen reported seeing a lone lifeboat drift empty across the mist, too far away to reach, disappearing before anything could be confirmed. Others claimed to hear distant shouting over the water, voices carried by the wind that seemed to come from nowhere. One lighthouse keeper swore he saw men walking across the shoals late at night beneath a thin moon, stumbling as though exhausted, their forms dissolving whenever he tried to focus on them. But those were only stories. No proof was ever found. Eventually, the Kerala Deering was deemed unsalvageable. Explosives were used to destroy what remained of her hull. The pieces scattered across the sea like bones, sinking slowly into the dark water she once proudly sailed. With her went the last physical traces of what might have happened. Even now, the sea around Diamond Shoals is whispered to be different, colder, more silent, as if the water remembers the moment the Deering's deck emptied, remembers the footsteps that walked off her rails and into the unknown, remembers the panic or fear or awe that must have filled the men in their final seconds aboard. The ocean does not share the secrets it keeps, it simply tucks them deeper under its surface, letting time wash over them like silt. And so the Kerala Deering remains one of the greatest maritime mysteries in history. A ship found in perfect condition, sailing itself with a crew that vanished as completely as if the sea had inhaled them. Even the waves over Diamond Shoals break a little differently now, as though they know something they shouldn't, something they'll never reveal. Chapter 5. The Woman Who Walked into the Sea. Amelia Earhart's final hours. There are mysteries so vast they begin before you even step into them. Amelia Earhart's final flight was one of those, a journey born from ambition, wrapped in courage, and swallowed by an ocean that keeps its secrets too well. The morning she and navigator Fred Noonan approached the remote Pacific island of Howland. The sea below was a blue desert, stretching in every direction. The sun rose harsh and white, blinding, turning the horizon into a shimmering blur. From the cockpit, the line between sky and water would have become nearly invisible, the kind of deceptive clarity that tricks even the most seasoned pilots. Radio operators on Itasca waited for her signal. They had been listening for hours, their headphones tight against their ears, static whispering like distant ghosts. But the Pacific is enormous, and in 1937, Dago navigation was a fragile thing. Signals drifted, scattered, vanished. Earhart's voice crackled through the static in fragments. "We must be on you. We are flying at 1,000 feet, cannot see you." Her voice stayed steady, disciplined. But beneath it was the unmistakable tremor of a pilot searching the empty sea and finding nothing. The Itasca crew scrambled, firing up their boilers, sending black smoke skyward to give her a visible marker, but she never mentioned seeing it. The ocean around Howland remained blank, featureless, a perfect illusion of endless blue. Hours passed, the fuel ran lower. Noonan checked and rechecked his maps, but celestial navigation becomes guesswork when the sun blinds the horizon line. A single miscalculation could put them dozens of miles off course. A death sentence in a stretch of ocean with no landmarks and no margin for error. Her final transmission came through thin as a breath. "We are running north and south." Then the static deepened. The airwaves fell silent. The sky over the Pacific closed as though no one had ever flown there at all. Search crews combed thousands of miles. Nothing. Not a wing. Not a scrap of metal. Not a body. It's only empty ocean and empty silence. But in the weeks that followed, faint radio signals were picked up across the Pacific. Strange. Weak transmissions that seemed to echo Amelia's voice, speaking from somewhere isolated, somewhere desperate. Amateur operators claimed to hear a woman saying she was on land, injured, stuck on a reef. Some said they heard Noonan groaning in the background. No one could verify these calls, but no one could explain them either. On Gardner Island, a woman's skeleton would be found years later, but the remains vanished into storage and were lost before modern DNA testing could confirm anything. The only clue was a set of measurements suggesting the bones belonged to a woman of Amelia's build. The ocean never returned her body. The skies never gave back her plane. The Pacific remained silent, holding its truth beneath the waves as always. Some say Earhart crashed into the water and sank instantly. Others say she survived, reached a reef, lived for days or weeks calling for help. A few believe she walked the shoreline until the tide came in, until the water rose around her, until the sea pulled her into its depth with slow, patient hands. However, her final hours unfolded. The ocean alone witnessed them, and it has refused to tell the story. Chapter 6: The Ghost of the Baltic Sea. When Swedish researchers scanned the floor of the Baltic Sea in 2011, they expected to find nothing more unusual than rocks, silt, and maybe the occasional shipwreck. Instead, they discovered something that stopped their hearts for a full beat. A massive circular object sitting on the seabed like a forgotten relic from another world. It was perfectly round, 70 feet across, smooth curved sides, and a stair-like depression leading into its center. Sonar images revealed what looked like symmetrical lines, grooves cut with intention, not with the randomness of nature. Even more unsettling, the object appeared to have slid across the seabed for several hundred feet before coming to a stop, leaving a deep trench in its wake. The divers who first approached it said the water temperature dropped sharply within meters of the anomaly. Their equipment malfunctioned. Cameras flickered. Lights dimmed. Radios crackled with bursts of static, as if something beneath the object was distorting signals. The surface of the object felt like stone, though unlike any type of rock the divers had handled. Some described it as metal mixed with volcanic ash. Others said it felt almost warm to the touch, even though the surrounding water was near freezing. One diver claimed there were openings, dark, narrow slits that seemed to lead inside, though he refused to re-enter the water on subsequent dives. He said he felt watched, as if something behind those openings was aware of him. Scientists dismissed the anomaly as natural, rock formation, a glacial deposit, a volcanic outcrop. But the divers didn't agree. They insisted it was too smooth, too deliberate, too built. Whatever it was, it remains unreachable most days, shrouded in poor visibility, cold currents, and thick sediment. Attempts to extract samples failed when tools malfunctioned or broke entirely. Remote drones often lost connection the moment they approached. Whatever rests at the bottom of the Baltic Sea does not seem to want to be disturbed. And like so many of the ocean's secrets, it remains there still, silent and waiting. A reminder that not everything beneath the surface has an explanation. Chapter 7: The Disappearing Island of Bermea. For centuries, sailors mapping the Gulf of Mexico charted an island known as Bermea, a sandy outcrop northwest of the Yucatan Peninsula. It appeared on maps as early as the 1500s. Explorers described stepping onto its warm beaches, collecting fresh water from its shallow pools. Fishermen said it was a regular stop for overnight rest. Then one day, it was simply gone. Entirely. Modern expeditions searched its coordinates and found nothing. Not a submerged reef, not a seamount, not even a rise in the ocean floor. It was as though the island had never existed, its memory erasing itself from the sea. Satellite scans turned up no evidence. The Mexican government funded dives, surveys, geological studies, nothing. The seabed was flat, featureless, silent. Some researchers suggested Bermea had sunk due to erosion, storms, or rising tides. But islands don't vanish without leaving a trace. Even a drowned island leaves behind coral, rocks, or shallow ridges. Bermea left nothing. Some believe the island never existed, that it was a cartographer's error repeated over centuries. But historians argued back, pointing to logs from sailors who claimed to have walked its sands, built fires on its shore, even slept on its warm rock. Others whispered more unsettling possibilities. Secret testing, underwater demolition, something the government wanted gone. But the ocean floor holds no scars, which leaves only the oldest explanation, one often spoken by indigenous seafarers, that the sea sometimes keeps islands only temporarily. It allows them to exist for a while, then swallows them whole when it decides their time is done. Bermea was there for centuries, and then, like a breath drawn in, it vanished. Chapter 8: The Cursed Waters of Oswego Lighthouse. Oswego Lighthouse sits alone on the edge of Lake Ontario like a lonely sentinel. Built in the 1800s, it has survived storms, ice, and the violent mood swings of the Great Lake. But what it has not survived is the silence that clings to it, silence of unexplained deaths, missing keepers, and strange figures seen walking its deck at night. The first keeper to vanish was Patrick Tiernan. He had written to his wife days earlier, describing odd noises echoing through the walls at night, sounds of footsteps pacing the empty tower chains dragging across the deck, and whispers that seemed to rise from the lake itself. One morning, when the relief crew arrived, Tiernan was gone. His boat was still tied. His logbook ended abruptly mid-sentence. A kettle of water had boiled dry on the stove, blackening the iron pot. The lighthouse door was locked from the inside. But Tiernan had vanished. Over the decades, similar disappearances followed. A worker repairing the light fell over the railing without slipping. A new keeper drowned in water, barely deep enough to cover his chest. Another reportedly walked straight off the pier at night, eyes open, expression blank, as though sleepwalking into the water. Fishermen working the waters near Oswego claimed to see shadows inside the lantern room at night, long after it was automated and abandoned. Some said they heard a man shouting for help, but when they drew near, the lighthouse was silent and dark. Modern sensors installed around the structure malfunction without explanation. Cameras aimed at the outer deck freeze at the same moment each night, 3:11 a.m. Waves crash against the foundation, but microphones pick up odd sounds beneath them, rhythmic tapping, something that almost resembles speech. Scientists blame the lake's acoustics. The locals blame something older. A presence that lived in the water long before the lighthouse was built. Something that doesn't appreciate being disturbed. The lake is vast, cold, deep, and it keeps its stories below the surface. Chapter 9: The Vanishing Ship in the Straits of Sunda in the humid waters between Sumatra and Java. Sailors have told stories for decades about a ship that appears silently out of the haze along. Rust-colored freighter with no flag, no markings, and no movement on deck, is seen only in the early morning, when the sun rises like a burning coal through the mist. The ship moves slowly, drifting rather than sailing, its bow cutting through the water with an eerie steadiness. Those who have approached it swear the air grows colder as they near, even though the tropical heat is usually suffocating at dawn. The first official report came from a fishing boat in the 1940s. The crew claimed they heard faint shouting aboard the freighter, a chorus of voices rising into panic, but when they boarded hours later, they found the ship empty. Coffee cups sat beside chairs. A radio transmitter crackled with static. Meals were half-eaten. Clothes hung neatly in lockers. Not a single crew member remained. The Indonesian Navy once investigated the sightings, believing the ship to be a smuggling vessel or illegal freighter. But when they finally located it and attempted to tow it, the line snapped violently in the middle of calm seas. By the time they resecured their equipment, the ship had vanished into the mist. No one could explain how a vessel that large disappeared so quickly. Some say the ship belonged to a doomed convoy during World War II, cursed to repeat its final journey forever. Others whisper that it was carrying human cargo, people who died in agony, whose spirits cling to the rusting hull. But no official record matches the ship's design. No nation has claimed it. No registry lists it. It drifts through the Sunda Strait still, a phantom ship without origin, destination, or crew. A reminder that not all vessels sail the sea for the living. Chapter 10. The bottomless pit of Milford Sound, New Zealand-esque Milford Sound, is one of the most beautiful places in the world, a vast fjord carved by glaciers, where black mountains rise like jagged teeth over waters so dark they look bottomless. Most visitors see only the beauty, the waterfalls plunging from cliffs, the mist swirling around peaks, the dolphins weaving between boats. But the locals know something ancient lives in those depths. Milford Sound's water is layered in a way that makes it a perfect trap. The top is fresh water stained dark by tannins from the forest. Beneath it lies cold, dense salt water that light cannot penetrate. Even at midday, the water becomes black, just a few meters below the surface. Divers who descend describe a terrifying sensation like sinking into ink. Their lights only illuminate a small sphere around them, the rest of the world fading into total darkness. In the 1980s, a team of divers exploring a steep underwater cliff face reported seeing something massive glide past their lights, larger than any whale, larger than any known creature in the fjord. It moved silently, deliberately, disappearing into the black without a trace. Over the years, bodies that drowned in Milford Sound have failed to resurface. Normally, drowning victims float within days, but not here. They sink and never rise. Search teams with sonar equipment have tried scanning the bottom, but often get distorted readings, shapes too large and too deep to identify. Some blame underwater caverns, some blame cold currents, some blame the unique water layering. But even among scientists, Milford Sound carries an unease, a sense that something ancient moves in its depths, older than the land around it, something that thrives in the quiet dark where no light has ever touched. Boaters report hearing low, resonant sounds beneath their hulls, like the moan of a colossal creature breathing in the deep. The fjord walls amplify these sounds, making it impossible to tell where they originate. At night, the water glows faintly in patches, as if something beneath is stirring bioluminescent plankton. But the glow moves too fast, too purposefully. More than one fisherman has said he will not be on the water after dark, not because of the tides, not because of the cold, because the silence on that water at night feels alive. And because sometimes when the moon is high, the black surface ripples with slow, deliberate movement, as though something enormous is rising toward the air, listening, waiting, then sinking again before it reaches the surface. The fjord gives no bodies back, no wreckage, no secrets, just endless dark water that seems deeper than the world should allow. Chapter 16. The last song of the SS Bioluminescent. In the endless white of the Arctic, time slows. Sound carries strangely. Night lasts for months. And the sea, hidden beneath plates of ancient ice, becomes a silent graveyard where ships outlive the men who built them. The SS Bioluminescent was a sturdy steel cargo vessel built to survive the brutal winters of the North. But in 1931, after being trapped in pack ice off Alaska's northern coast, her crew abandoned her, assuming she would sink within days. She didn't. Instead, the Bioluminescent escaped. When the crew returned weeks later to salvage equipment, the ship was gone, freed from the ice, drifting alone across the Arctic Sea. This was only the beginning. Over the next nearly 40 years, the Bioluminescent became a ghost. She appeared in places she had no right to be, carried silently by currents no one understood. Hunters spotted her drifting between floes. Traders saw her passing through narrow channels, her deck coated in frost, her windows dark, her engines silent. No crew, no heat, no anchor lines, just a ship moving as though guided by an unseen hand. One group of explorers boarded her in the late 1930s. They expected to find her in pieces, but the interior was perfectly intact. Blankets still folded on bunks, dishes still stored in cabinets, rust creeping along the walls like slow-growing veins. They reported a strange feeling inside the ship, a heaviness in the air, sensation that the steel hull itself was holding its breath. They left before nightfall. Others weren't so fortunate. In 1940, an Inuit hunter claimed the Bioluminescent appeared near his village during a storm, her lights flickering weakly through the snow. He approached in a small boat, but when he drew close, the air around the ship grew suddenly warm, unnaturally warm for the Arctic winter. He backed away. The ship faded into the blizzard and was gone by morning. By the 1960s, the Bioluminescent was still drifting, surviving countless storms, shifting ice, and decades without maintenance. Ships built in that era weren't made to last that long, yet she remained afloat. The last confirmed sighting was in 1969, trapped in a channel of ice. Her hull was battered, her masts coated in frost, but she still floated stubbornly, eerily, impossibly. After that, she vanished completely. Searches for her wreck have found nothing. No metal, no wood, no debris. The Arctic floor is featureless and dark, holding its secrets deep beneath crushing pressure and shifting ice. Some say the Bioluminescent is still out there somewhere, drifting beneath a sunless sky, frozen, timeless, waiting to be seen again. Others believe the Arctic claimed her not by sinking, but by taking her into a place where ships don T-rot and time doesn't T-move. A quiet part of the world where lost things gather unseen by human eyes. Chapter 17, The Silent Water of Devil's Kettle. In northern Minnesota lies a waterfall, unlike anywhere else on Earth, a split cascade where one half tumbles normally into the river, and the other half plunges into a deep stone basin known as the Devil's Kettle. The strange part is not the waterfall. It's what happens to the water afterward. Everything that goes into the kettle disappears. No one has ever found where it comes out. Scientists dropped dye into the hole. Nothing emerged downstream. They threw in ping pong balls. They vanished. Even GPS tag trackers never resurfaced. Locals claim that long before scientists arrived, native tribes knew the place as one of the forest's hungry spots. Areas where the land or water seemed to consume whatever touched it. And the stories are older still. Campers have reported hearing strange sounds near the falls, Not voices exactly, but something rhythmic, like chanting carried on the mist. Some say they hear footsteps behind them, only to turn and find no one. A park ranger once admitted privately that a hiker vanished near the kettle in the early 1900s. His pack was found. His food, his canteen, but not him. The forest was still. The only movement was the waterfall's endless roar. Another ranger in the 1970s found a deer carcass near the edge, partially submerged as if it had been dragged toward the hole. Its hooves were snapped, its eyes wide and filled with mud. The water level around the kettle never rises, no matter how much flows into it. No cave systems have ever been mapped beneath the falls. The rock structure does not support an underground river large enough to carry the missing water. Some think the kettle is a fracture, a tear in the bedrock that leads to a subterranean cavern never touched by daylight. Others believe the water takes an impossible path, slipping into a geological anomaly or a labyrinth of underground channels too complex to map. But local folklore tells a different story. It says the kettle is a mouth. It takes what falls into it, has for centuries. And sometimes, when the mist is heavy, the water doesn't just disappear, it pulls. Chapter 18, The Floating Water City That Vanished, Port Royal. Port Royal, Jamaica was once known as the wickedest city on earth, a pirate capital overflowing with gold, rum brothels, and lawless taverns. Its harbor was always crowded with ships, their sails tightening in the Caribbean wind like the cheeks of a man about to whistle. But in 1692, the sea decided the city had lived long enough. At 11:43 a.m., the ground beneath Port Royal liquefied in an instant. Entire streets slid into the bay. Buildings folded into the water like collapsing tents. People fell through splitting cobblestones, vanishing into churning mud and rushing waves. The ocean swallowed half the city in minutes. But the strangest part came after the disaster. Divers who explored the ruins decades later reported something impossible. The city beneath the waves was eerily preserved, as if time itself paused the moment it fell. Cups still rested on tables. Bottles stood upright on shelves. Doors remained on their hinges. Homes, shops, even entire alleyways survived untouched. It was a city frozen at the moment of death. But divers also reported something else, the sensation of being watched. Some felt cold hands brush their legs. Others said they heard muffled voices in the dark water rising through the submerged streets. One diver claimed he saw a figure standing in a doorway, still pale, hair floating in the water like seaweed. When he shined his light on it, the figure dissolved into silt. The ruins have since become unstable, dangerous to explore. But fishermen still claim strange lights move beneath the surface at night, drifting through the drowned streets like lanterns. Some insist the city is not resting, that it shifts subtly, the buildings aligning differently each time they dive, as if someone down there still walks its roads. Chapter 19, The Phantom Flyer of the Gulf of Carpentaria in 1978, Australian pilot. Frederick Valentich flew over the Bass Strait, a notoriously turbulent stretch of ocean between Victoria and Tasmania. He was young, confident, experienced, and the weather was clear. Then, during the flight, Valentich radioed Melbourne Control with a calm but uneasy tone. He reported seeing a large aircraft above him, shiny, moving unusually fast, circling him. But radar saw nothing. "It's not an aircraft," he said finally. "It's hovering. It has a green light. It's playing with me." The radio captured metallic scraping sounds behind his voice, like chains dragged across metal or a vibrating hum through the hall. Then Valentich's breathing quickened. "It's coming for me." His final words, spoken in a trembling whisper, were, "What is that thing?" Transmission cut off. Search planes found no wreckage, no oil, no fragments. Even the smallest crash leaves something floating, but the strait remained empty. Theories ranged from pilot error to suicide to a runaway downdraft. But nothing explained the strange radio interference, the metallic sounds, or the fact that Valentich had no reason to lie. In the years since, multiple fishermen claimed to see a strange, silent light over the strait on calm nights, hovering, moving erratically, plunging into the sea like a stone, then reappearing minutes later. Some say the strait itself is unstable, a place where compasses falter, radios crackle, and time behaves strangely. Others believe Valentich saw something the human mind was meant to recognize, and whatever it was, it took him. His plane, his body, and his recorder remain lost beneath waters known for swallowing ships for centuries. And still, on some nights, fishermen claim to hear static drifting over the water, like a long, faint radio signal trying to reach land. Chapter 2, Oh, the Sea That Never Returns, It's Dead. The mohole there is a point in the Pacific known as the Mariana Trench. It's a little brother, a lesser-known abyss where the ocean floor drops so suddenly that sonar maps show it as a near-vertical cliff. In the 1960s, scientists attempted to drill into the Earth's crust there in an experiment called Project Mohole. The idea was simple: reach the boundary between the crust and mantle, an unimaginably deep and ancient layer. But they never got far. Every night something strange happened around the drill ship. The water temperature fluctuated unnaturally, sometimes dropping too fast, other times warming without explanation. The echo sounders malfunctioned. The drilling cables vibrated violently for seconds at a time before going still again. Divers refused to enter the water after a crewman reported seeing lights beneath the ship, not reflections, but glowing shapes rising from the abyss, drifting upward before sinking back into the dark. Scientists laughed it off. Then one of the drill pipes snapped, not from stress, not from tension, from pressure coming upward, a force rising from the deep. When sensors were lowered, they recorded something impossible: rhythmic pulses, like the sonar clicks of a whale, but far, far more powerful, deeper. Then came the worst part: small submersible vanished. Inside were two engineers performing routine inspections. Their tether snapped, cleanly cut by something sharp. The sub sank. It was tracked for 15 seconds. Then all instruments lost it simultaneously, as if it entered a void. Nothing was ever recovered. The project ended weeks later. Today, the Mohole site is still active geologically, a place where the ocean floor shifts with ancient groans, and strange readings flicker across the monitors of passing research vessels. Some say the experiment drilled too close to something that should have stayed asleep. Others believe the trench is not empty, but filled with things older than the continents. The ocean there is colder than it should be, deeper than maps indicate, and always, beneath even the quietest days, the water vibrates faint, rhythmic, like something breathing in the dark miles below. Chapter 21, The Vanishing of the USS Scorpion in 1968. The USS Scorpion, a nuclear-powered submarine of the U.S. Navy, departed Norfolk, Virginia on a routine patrol in the Atlantic. She was state-of-the-art, a silent predator in the deep, carrying a seasoned crew of over 90 men. The Scorpion never returned. For days, the Navy assumed a minor delay. Then panic set in. They scoured the Atlantic with ships, planes, and sonar equipment. Nothing. No signal. No distress call. No trace of the vessel. Months later, debris was found hundreds of miles from her expected route. Nothing recognizable except small fragments of hull and bits of personal equipment. The submarine itself was gone, lying in a deep valley on the ocean floor where sunlight had never reached. Investigators considered mechanical failure, enemy torpedo, catastrophic accident. But the depth at which the Scorpion rested, almost 10,000 feet, made definitive conclusions impossible. Sonar scans of the wreckage revealed twisted metal in patterns inconsistent with conventional explosions. It was as if the hull had imploded inward with such force it left almost no trace. Some engineers speculated that pressure alone could not account for the shape of the wreckage. Families of the crew received condolences, but no answers. The Navy closed the case, calling it a tragic accident. Yet, deep-sea researchers who explored the area later reported strange readings. Intermittent sonar echoes suggesting movement where nothing could possibly be moving. Brief magnetic disturbances that seemed intelligent. And occasionally faint but rhythmic tapping sounds, echoing from the abyss like a heartbeat, impossible to explain, persistent and chilling. The Scorpion vanished from the world above, perhaps from the world below as well. The Atlantic kept its secret, silent and absolute. Chapter 22. The Bermuda Triangle. No oceanic mystery is as enduring or as terrifying as the Bermuda Triangle. Between Florida, Puerto Rico, and Bermuda lies a patch of sea where compasses spin without reason, where planes disappear mid-flight, and where ships vanish, leaving nothing behind. Flight 19, 5 U.S. Navy bombers, took off in December 1945 for a routine training exercise. They never returned. The lead pilot radioed repeatedly, claiming navigational instruments were failing and that the sun appeared where it should not. One by one, the planes faded from radar. A rescue plane sent to find them also disappeared, leaving no survivors, no wreckage. Sailors and pilots tell stories of eerie lights flickering beneath the waves, of unnatural storms forming without warning, and a fog so thick it bends sound and light, making distances impossible to judge. Scientists have tried to rationalize the triangle. Methane hydrates disrupting buoyancy, magnetic anomalies affecting compasses, rogue waves. But these explanations fail to account for the numbers, the consistency, the almost ritualistic nature of the disappearances. Some locals claim the area is cursed, haunted by the ghosts of those lost over centuries, from colonial ships to modern freighters. A fisherman who spent decades navigating the triangle said once, "It's a place the ocean takes for herself. She doesn't answer questions. She doesn't care about reason. She only collects what she wants." And perhaps that is the simplest and most terrifying truth. Chapter 23. The Ship That Vanished Without a Trace. Mary Celeste. Few stories are as famous or as puzzling as the Mary Celeste. In 1872, she set sail from New York to Genoa with cargo and crew aboard. Weeks later, the ship was found drifting in the Atlantic. Seaworthy, sails set, provisions intact, but completely abandoned. No one knows why. The logbook ended normally, just hours before the ship was discovered. Lifeboats were missing. The crew had vanished. There was no sign of struggle, no foul play, no damage from storms. The alcohol cargo, barrels of industrial spirits, remained untouched. Investigators proposed theories: pirate attack, mutiny, Alcohol fumes, causing an explosion. Sudden water spout. None fit the evidence. The most chilling part. The Mary Celeste seemed almost alive, moving gently with the waves, sailing itself in perfect course. For centuries, the ship has symbolized the ultimate maritime mystery, the ocean as a vessel of secrets, collecting stories and holding them out of reach. The fate of those crew members, whether lost to panic, abducted by forces unseen, or taken by the sea itself, remains unknown. Even today, sailors speak of the Mary Celeste effect, when a vessel drifts empty across calm waters, and the feeling of something missing, something human, hangs in the air. Chapter 24. The Bottomless Lake of Titicaca Lake. Titicaca, high in the Andes, is the highest navigable lake in the world, but its placid surface hides ancient secrets. Divers report strong underwater currents, sudden depth changes, and murky areas that resist sonar scanning. Legend tells of Inca treasure, temples, and even people swallowed by the lake for daring to enter forbidden zones. Modern exploration has revealed submerged ruins, walls, staircases, and altars, but their origin remains contested. What is most unsettling is not the ruins, but what surrounds them. Fishermen have described sudden whirlpools appearing out of nowhere. Sometimes diving near these areas, they report seeing humanoid shapes, vast and slow, moving just beyond visibility. Some scholars dismiss these claims as myth. Others warn that the lake is alive in a way humans cannot comprehend, holding both the past and those who vanish in its depths. To approach it at night is to feel the weight of centuries. Water is calm, yet it hums, silent, endless, watching. And those who dare to linger too long sometimes disappear, never to be found, leaving only ripples across the dark surface. Chapter 25. The Ship That Sank Itself. Florida's unknown vessel off the coast of Florida in 1920. Fishermen reported seeing a massive vessel, perfectly intact, sails full, no crew aboard, moving under its own power. It was never recorded in shipping logs, never answered radio calls, and when approached, it seemed to vanish in the mist. By the time authorities investigated, the vessel was gone. No debris, no evidence of sinking, no trace of a crew. The only thing left behind was a trail of ripples across the water, fading into the horizon as if the ship had never existed. Local legend suggests the sea sometimes claims ships in a ritualistic way, not with storms or waves, but with selective disappearance, preserving them just long enough to terrify the living. Fishermen swear they have seen her again, under moonlight or in fog, always moving silently, always crewless, as if the ocean has borrowed her for its own purposes. The ship exists in memory, in terror, in the endless whispers of the Gulf waters, a reminder that sometimes the sea does not sink. It simply takes. Chapter 26. The Vanishing of the HMS Teuton in 1782. The HMS Teuton, a British naval frigate, set sail from the Caribbean bound for England. Her captain was experienced, her crew skilled, her course plotted carefully along the trade winds. Weeks later, the ship vanished. No distress signals, no storm records. No wreckage washed ashore. Even the cargo manifest disappeared from port records. Admiralty officials suspected piracy, mutiny, or sinking in a hurricane, but weather logs indicated calm seas. The ocean seemed to have simply swallowed the Teuton whole. The mystery of the floating forest remains unsolved, a phenomenon the sea created and then took away without a trace. Chapter 2.8 The Island That Disappears. Sandy Hook off the coast of New Jersey lies Sandy Hook, or at least it should. Maps since the 1700s have recorded a small sandy outcrop used by fishermen and sailors as a landmark. Yet countless expeditions over the centuries have noted that the island sometimes appears and sometimes vanishes entirely. In 1740, a British ship's log recorded landing on the island to gather fresh water. Fishermen, sailors, and even naval officers reported seeing a fleet of ships in formation near the Marianas battleships, cruisers, and cargo vessels, all perfectly intact. With smoke rising from their funnels, flags flying. When approached, the fleet vanished. Not sunk. Not sunk in a storm. Simply gone. Some witnesses swore they could hear muffled commands echoing across the waves. Others claimed that the ships glimmered, almost translucent, before dissolving into the horizon. No naval records accounted for a fleet in those positions. No debris was ever found. Chapter 3:3 The Lighthouse That Whispered Far Off the Scottish Coast. The Eilean Ben Lighthouse has a reputation for silence, but the silence is deceptive. Keepers reported hearing whispers at night, voices of men, women, and children, speaking from inside the stone walls. Attempts to trace the sounds yielded nothing. Microphones recorded only static. Radio equipment failed. Even dogs refused to enter the lighthouse after sunset. One keeper reported seeing figures walking across the light beam, translucent shapes moving gracefully, appearing to mimic human activity, then fading into darkness. The island remains isolated, bleeding silently into the night, a warning from the ocean itself. Chapter 3:6, The Ghosts of the Atlantic. The Atlantic Ocean is vast enough to swallow continents. It is endless blue, cold and silent in the deep, carrying currents older than human memory. Over centuries, countless vessels have vanished into its depths, their crews lost to storms, accidents, or unexplained phenomena. Some disappearances defy logic entirely. Then the frigate encountered a fog so dense it was nearly solid. It's cold enough to frost the men's eyelashes and freeze their breath midair. Shapes moved inside the fog, the faint outline of sails, shadows of men working the rigging, but no sound came. When the fog lifted, the ship found itself hundreds of miles off course and several crew members were missing. And a story spread, becoming legend. Some say the Atlantic preserves the souls of those lost at sea, projecting them in moments of illusion. Others believe the ocean itself remembers every ship and every life, replaying echoes of tragedy when it wills. Even today, sailors report ghostly lights, phantom ships, and whispers that vanish the moment you strain to hear them. It collects stories, carries memories, and waits for those daring enough to enter its vast, uncharted loneliness. Chapter 37, The Vanishing of the HMS Sultan. In 1847, the HMS Sultan, a warship of the British Navy, sailed into the North Sea to escort a merchant fleet. The more we try to map it, understand it, conquer it, the more it eludes us, holding its secrets just beyond reach. Consider the countless ships, Stardust, Mary Celeste, the Caio Maruno, 5 lost without a trace. Islands that vanish, lighthouses that whisper, phantom fleets that appear, then dissolve. The ocean does not act randomly. It acts with intent, an intelligence ancient and indifferent, selecting what to preserve, what to reveal, and what to hide forever. And for those who venture too far, it will always demand a toll, a disappearance, a whisper, a ship claimed, a secret never returned. The ocean waits, it listens, and remembers. Chapter 41. The Vanishing of the SS Carola Deering in January 1921. The Carola Deering, a 5-masted schooner, was spotted off the coast of Cape Hatteras, North Carolina. Her sails were tattered, her hull intact, but the deck was eerily empty. No crew, no passengers, no explanation. The ship had been on a routine voyage from Cape Fear to Rio de Janeiro, carrying a cargo of coal and cotton. When authorities boarded, the logbook showed nothing unusual. The last entry was normal, dated days earlier. Food was uneaten, equipment intact, personal belongings undisturbed. It was as if the crew had vanished mid-step. Attempts to trace the crew yielded nothing. Investigators considered mutiny, piracy, storms, or supernatural interference. None fit. Fishermen reported seeing the Deering drifting silently before and after the official discovery. Some swore they could hear faint banging on the deck, footsteps pacing, but when approached, nothing remained. The schooner eventually ran aground off Diamond Shoals. Even as it decayed over time, the mystery persisted. Why did the crew vanish? How did the ship sail for miles without human guidance? The Atlantic gave back the vessel, but kept the people, a ghost story written in salt water and wind. Chapter 42. The floating island of Bermuda legends persists of a landmass in the Atlantic that appears only sporadically, disappearing as quickly as it rises from the mist. Sailors in the 1700s reported sighting fertile soil, trees, and freshwater springs, sometimes inhabited by people whose languages were unfamiliar. Those who tried to land often faced violent storms or sudden whirlpools, even in otherwise calm waters. One expedition recorded a shore lined with strange flowers, singing birds, and fish leaping from the waves, but when they returned the next day, only endless ocean remained. Theories abound, shifting sandbars, optical illusions, or a mirage caused by atmospheric anomalies. Yet multiple independent accounts, across centuries and cultures, suggest something far stranger, a hidden land moving at will, appearing only for the briefest moment before vanishing beneath the waves. Some believe it is a sanctuary for ancient life, or perhaps a doorway to another realm, a fleeting glimpse of a world the ocean keeps from human eyes. Chapter 4-3. The Lighthouse Keepers of Ellen Moore in December 1900. 3 lighthouse keepers stationed on Ellen Moore. One of the Flannan Isles in Scotland vanished without a trace. Relief crews arriving weeks later found the lighthouse in perfect order. The logs were up to date, meals prepared, beds untouched. Single chair lay overturned. Clock stopped. Ropes were missing. Outside, waves crashed violently against cliffs, yet no storm had been reported. Not a single body was ever recovered. Locals whispered of strange voices in the wind and lights on the cliffs where no fire should burn. One theory suggested rogue waves swept the men away. Another proposed hallucinations caused by isolation. But perhaps the truth is simpler and darker. Some say the island itself reached out for them, a living entity disguised as rock and stone, calling with the voices of lost souls to draw men to the edge of the world. The lighthouse still stands, automated warning ships of the cliffs. But those who visit after dark claim they feel eyes upon them, whispers in the wind, and a cold weight pressing from the ground itself. Chapter 44. The Blue Hole of Belize. Off the coast of Belize lies the Great Blue Hole, a nearly perfect circle of deep, dark water. Its walls descend over 400 feet, revealing stalactites and limestone formations that predate human memory. Divers have reported an eerie silence, even when submerged near the surface. Currents twist unpredictably, and light behaves strangely as if swallowed by the water. Many claim to hear faint voices calling their names, urging them deeper. Those who descend past 130 feet describe shadowy forms moving just beyond visibility. Vast, dark, and slow. Some never return. Scientific investigations have explained parts of the phenomenon: underwater caves, silt disturbances, and unusual water pressure. But no theory fully accounts for the divers who vanish, nor for the reports of enormous shapes that seem to watch from below. The Blue Hole remains one of the most dangerous and mysterious dive sites in the world, a place where the ocean seems to breathe, wait, and judge those who enter its depths. Chapter 45. The Vanishing of the Lightship Thetford in 1936. Off the treacherous waters near the English coast, the lightship Thetford vanished. Lightships were floating lighthouses, anchored to warn sailors of hidden shoals and jagged rocks. The Thetford had been stationed near the Goodwin Sands, a stretch of shifting sandbars notorious for claiming ships. On a stormy night in October, another vessel spotted the lightship's beacon, swinging violently in the mist. Waves pounded the hull, yet the ship appeared perfectly intact, anchored and still, with its lamp burning bright. When the crew of the passing ship drew closer, the beacon extinguished suddenly, and the Thetford was gone. No anchor dragging in the sand, no debris floating, not even a ripple. Authorities dispatched search boats immediately. They combed the area for weeks. There were no survivors, no lifeboats, and no wreckage. Even divers reported that when they reached the approximate coordinates, the water bottom was featureless. No sign the ship had ever been there. Local fishermen whispered that the sands themselves had claimed the ship. But Thetford was designed to survive storms, was bolted and braced to withstand tempests far worse than anything reported. Some sailors claimed they saw a faint glow in the fog on nights afterward, the light of a lamp swinging gently over the waves, though the ship no longer existed. Over time, the story grew into legend. The Goodwin Sands are known as the ship graveyard of the English Channel. But the Thetford. Its disappearance was different. It was as if the ocean had plucked it from reality itself, leaving only a story of fading memory and the warning of a lightship that could never be reached again. Even today, the waters around Goodwin Sands remain perilous. Mariners swear they sometimes see a light where no ship floats, flickering in rhythm with the heartbeat of the sea, a silent ghost of the Thetford, forever anchored in a place that does not exist. Chapter 46. The Lost Submarine of Barents Sea in the frozen Barents Sea during the early 1950s. Soviet and Norwegian vessels reported a strange disappearance. A research submarine, conducting sonar tests in international waters, vanished without a trace. Crew members on nearby ships reported seeing bubbles rise to the surface in irregular patterns, accompanied by strange green lights beneath the waves. Instruments malfunctioned. Compasses spun wildly, and sonar echoed noises that resembled groaning metal and muffled voices. Search teams descended in submersibles, but the depths were impossible to map. The submarine's hull, they reported, had been found in a jagged trench, yet there were no signs of an implosion or explosion. The entire vessel appeared bent and folded in ways that defied engineering principles, as if the ocean itself had shaped it. Fishermen in the area still speak of eerie, low-frequency hums that travel for miles beneath the ice, the echoes of something vast, hidden, and alive. The Barents Sea holds the submarine, its crew, and its secrets, and no human technology has yet been able to bring them home. Chapter 4:7, The Floating Cemetery of the Java Sea Sailors in the Java Sea have long whispered of ships that vanish, only to return in ghostly form. One in particular, a Dutch merchant vessel lost in the early 1800s, reappeared decades later, empty, adrift, carrying hundreds of skeletons fully dressed in their original uniforms. Divers who explored the wreck reported a suffocating silence and the smell of decay that lingered despite the ocean currents. The bones were arranged as if the crew had continued their daily duties after death. A sailor seated at the helm, a cook leaning over a pot, a child curled in a hammock. No explanation exists for why the vessel resurfaced decades later, perfectly preserved. Scientists attempted to recover parts of the ship but failed. The currents carried it away each time. Local fishermen say the ship appears only during storms, a warning of the ocean's patience and indifference. Some believe the vessel is cursed, condemned to drift endlessly as a floating monument to the dead. Others say the ocean itself keeps the ship alive, replaying history in a way humans cannot comprehend. Chapter 48, The Vanishing Light of Pharos, Pharos Reef, in the remote reaches of the Indian Ocean has been a maritime nightmare for centuries. A small lighthouse built there in the late 1800s often emitted a strange light, bright, almost unnatural, capable of piercing dense fog. In 1912, a crew of 4 lighthouse keepers vanished without a trace. Relief teams found the lighthouse operational, supplies untouched, and logs meticulously kept, but the men were gone. Strange footprints appeared and disappeared in the sand, and the bell rang at irregular intervals, even when unconnected to human hands. Mariners claim the light sometimes appears miles from the reef, moving across the water before disappearing entirely. Ships that follow the light report compass anomalies, sudden storms and whispers carried on the wind. Scientists have suggested atmospheric refraction or magnetic anomalies. Locals claim the lighthouse is a sentinel of the deep, a beacon controlled by the ocean itself. Its keepers vanished because the sea called for them and the call was answered. Chapter 49, The Eternal Storm of the South Atlantic. There is a part of the South Atlantic known to sailors as the Eternal Storm. It is a circular zone, hundreds of miles wide, where storms form spontaneously, lightning dances without warning, and waves rise impossibly high. Over centuries, ships attempting to pass through have reported compass failure, engines stalling, and instruments breaking down entirely. Survivors describe visions of other ships trapped in the storm, ghostly silhouettes tossed violently. perfectly intact. Some claim to have heard voices through the roar of wind and waves, sailors screaming, shouting orders, or calling names. Those who live to tell the story often speak of a strange calm in the eye of the storm, a silence so profound it seems to stretch for eternity, followed by a sudden and violent return of chaos. The eternal storm has never been mapped accurately, or their satellites cannot explain its formation. It exists as if the ocean created it deliberately, a force meant to challenge human arrogance and to remind all who sail that some places remain untouchable. Chapter 5, Oh, the Ocean's Memory. The ocean is not empty. It is not passive. It remembers every ship lost, every life claimed, every story swallowed by its vastness. Across centuries and continents, from the icy Barents Sea to the Caribbean, the Pacific and the Atlantic, it preserves fragments, islands that vanish, lighthouses that whisper, ghost ships that drift endlessly. The ocean's memory is selective. Some vessels are allowed to return, others disappear completely. Crew members may vanish, leaving their ships intact. Ships may vanish, leaving only memories. Currents, tides, storms, all are instruments in a silent, patient intelligence that surpasses human understanding. Those who dare venture into the unknown waters risk more than drowning or storms. They risk becoming part of the memory itself, absorbed into the vast narrative of the sea, present but hidden, seen only by the ocean and the moonlight that drifts across it. In the end, the ocean keeps its stories forever. It does not forget, and it does not forgive. To sail upon it is to witness the unimaginable, to confront what lies beyond human comprehension, and to understand in the marrow of your bones that the sea is eternal and it always remembers. Chapter 5:1 The Ghost Nets of Lake Superior. Lake Superior has always been a place of strange reverence, a body of water so deep, so cold, and so merciless that even seasoned sailors speak of it with quiet respect. Its depths hold more than 6,000 shipwrecks, many perfectly preserved in the icy dark, untouched by decay. But among the quiet steel skeletons, the lake hides a mystery, older and far more unsettling than its ship graves. The story begins in the late 1800s, when a quiet fishing village on the Minnesota shoreline depended entirely on Superior's bounty. Crews rose before dawn, rowed past the misty shoals, and cast their nets into waters so black they looked like ink. Most days they returned with trout and whitefish, but some days the nets came up wrong, knotted, torn, stained with a fine black silt that clung to the skin like ash, and sometimes tangled with pieces of wreckage that no one could identify, fragments of old iron hulls with rivets so large they belonged to no documented vessel. Old fishermen would gather around the docks, heads low, pipes smoking, whispering their warnings. Superior gives what she wants, but she gives it back when she's tired of keeping it. In 1904, a well-known vessel called the Aurora disappeared near the deepest part of the lake. The so-called Black Spiral, a depression plunging more than 1,300 feet. The ship's nets were later found drifting near shore, ripped clean through as though dragged across jagged metal or something with weight and intention. No bodies were recovered. No debris washed up. Sonar of that era was useless in the lake's shadowed belly. For years, the Aurora became a ghost story told by dockhands and captains over bottles of rye. People said the lake had taken the crew, claimed them like payment, that Superior chooses who it keeps. But in 1996, the mystery deepened. A professional dive team, funded by a university research project, attempted to map the wrecks in Lake Superior's deepest region. Their equipment was state-of-the-art, pressure-resistant drones, a frequency sonar, and floodlights that could pierce nearly 2,000 feet of darkness. On the fourth day, after mapping roughly 20 shipwrecks, the Team S sonar struck an anomaly, an enormous silhouette lying alone at the bottom of a trench. The structure seemed too massive and too alien to be any known vessel. It wasn't shaped like a freighter. It wasn't a schooner. It was curved, elongated, and compressed, as if something had folded steel like cloth. The drone lights descended, feet per second, meter by meter, down into a darkness that had never seen human light. The live video feed showed eerie floating particulates, drifting like dust in an old attic. Faint outlines of preserved wrecks appeared and disappeared in the gloom, until finally the lights caught a shape. A hull, but not a ship hull. More like a rib cage. Giant, twisted, bent in a way no normal sinking could produce. And then the lights flickered. The drone vibrated violently, as if caught in a sudden current, but Lake Superior has no deep currents of that magnitude. The surface crew panicked, trying to reverse the drone. The motors wind, strained, then powered down entirely. The feed cut to black. When divers attempted retrieval, they found the drone's tether sliced clean through. Not snapped, not worn, sliced. The team left immediately. Most refused to speak about what they'd seen, but one diver, years later, described a low-frequency hum beneath the water, like a giant metal breath pulsing through the lake bed. The fishermen still talk about it today, the ghost nets that come up filled with foreign metal fragments, black silt, and occasionally pieces of rope that look older than any living person. Some claim to have seen an outline under calm water on moonless nights, like a massive shadow gliding silently just beneath them. What lies beneath Lake Superior's deepest trench remains unidentified. Too large to be a ship, too quiet to be a living creature, too deliberate to be an accident. But fishermen swear something moves down there, something that watches, waits, and sometimes rises just close enough to tangle their nets before slipping back into the eternal cold. The lake keeps what it wants, and what it keeps, it never returns whole. Chapter 52, The Drowned Palaces of Lake Baikal. Lake Baikal, in Siberia, is unlike any other body of water on Earth. Its surface stretches over 395 miles, and its depths plunge beyond 5,300 feet deeper than any other freshwater lake in the world. Cold, silent, and ancient, it has been the subject of countless legends, of spirits, strange lights, of creatures too vast to describe. But none of these stories match the mystery of the drowned palaces, a phenomenon whispered among locals and explorers for generations. The first reports appeared in the late 1800s, when Russian fishermen navigating the southern shores noticed faint shapes under the ice in early spring. They were strange structures, symmetrical, ornate, and monumental, like sunken castles frozen in time. When the ice melted enough for clearer observation, the structures disappeared. Men swore they were not optical illusions. Stone arches, towers, and what looked like bridges lay under the water, yet maps of the area recorded nothing. In 1912, a team of geologists and naval engineers attempted to survey the area using rudimentary sonar. They found anomalies, enormous geometric shapes on the lake bed, some over 300 feet long. When divers were sent down, they reported walls covered in carvings resembling both human and animal figures. yet unlike any known Siberian tribe. One diver described the sensation of moving through an underwater city, complete with corridors and chambers, as if the lake itself had swallowed an ancient civilization whole. Over the next century, explorers continued to search. In 1956, during a particularly brutal Siberian winter, a group of ice fishermen spotted massive stone pillars rising just beneath the frozen surface. Curious, they drilled through the ice to investigate, but as soon as the water was disturbed, the pillars vanished, literally sinking further, as if the lake itself had shifted to hide them. One man claimed he saw reflections of towers above the surface, shimmering like mirages, only to have them collapse silently beneath the waves when approached. By the 1970s, scientific expeditions with advanced sonar detected more evidence. Vast, symmetrical structures on the lake bed spanning miles, arranged in patterns impossible to form naturally. Researchers theorized tectonic activity, but Baikal's geology could not account for such precise repeated formations. Submersibles sent to investigate returned with grainy videos showing shadowed corridors and wall-like shapes, some seemingly hollow. Some solid, yet no diver could safely approach more than a few hundred feet without feeling an oppressive weight, a cold, dense pressure in the water that no instrument could quantify. The local legends only grew. Indigenous Boyat shamans spoke of an ancient kingdom beneath Baikal, ruled by a king who angered the spirits of water and ice. When the kingdom fell, the lake swallowed it whole, preserving the palaces in perpetual silence. On calm nights, shamans claimed, one could hear drums and bells echoing beneath the water, a warning to those who dared explore too deeply. In 1999, a multinational expedition attempted the most thorough investigation yet. Using submersibles, sonar, and thermal imaging, they documented structures that stretched for miles, walls, courtyards, arches, and collapsed towers, all arranged in deliberate patterns. Divers reported currents that moved against natural flow, swirling around the structures as if the water itself were protecting them. Cameras failed inexplicably. Lights flickered, sensors overheated, and digital readings displayed impossible anomalies. The most disturbing encounter occurred when a diver reported entering a chamber, an open hall with what looked like thrones and statues. As he swam forward, the water darkened unnaturally. He felt himself being watched. Shadows moved independently, slipping along walls in ways that did not correspond to currents or light. Panicked, he turned to leave, and the entrance had vanished. Swam blindly, fighting the cold, till finally the opening reappeared. When he surfaced, hours had passed, but his instruments recorded only minutes. Since then, no one has fully explored the drowned palaces. Attempts to return are met with the lake's resistance. Shifting currents, sudden storms, inexplicable malfunctions. Some explorers claim to see lights at night beneath the surface, resembling torches flickering in sunken halls. Others hear faint echoes of music, strings, bells, and chanting that vanish when the observer tries to approach. The drowned palaces of Lake Baikal remain one of the world's greatest enigmas. They are neither fully natural nor fully understood, an underwater civilization preserved by time, ice, and the will of the lake itself. Every expedition, every sonar scan, every dive only deepens the mystery. The structures shift, hide, and reveal themselves according to rules that humans cannot comprehend. Those who spend time near the lake's southern shores speak of an unshakable feeling that the water is alive, intelligent, protective, that it watches, waits, and chooses who may approach and who will be lost to its depths. Some swear the palaces are a warning, a monument to human hubris, a reminder that even the largest, deepest lakes conceal secrets older than nations. Others believe the palaces are still inhabited, not by humans, but by something that has survived in the darkness for millennia, shaping the waters, pulling currents, and keeping its existence hidden until it decides to reveal itself. To this day, the lake remains calm on the surface. Beneath, in the cold, shadowed depths, the drowned palaces of Baikal endure, silent, ancient, and watching. Chapter 5.3 The Orphan Buoys of the North Atlantic in the early 1930s. The North Atlantic was already a treacherous expanse for sailors. Storms could rise in minutes, and the cold, gray waters swallowed ships with horrifying indifference. Amid these dangers, a far stranger phenomenon emerged. A series of navigational buoys that appeared in locations no map could explain, drifting across open ocean as if the Atlantic itself had placed them there. The first report came from a British icebreaker navigating toward Greenland. Its captain, a grizzled veteran named Harold Whitmore, described seeing a buoy floating silently in the distance, more than 100 miles from any known shipping lane. What unsettled him was not its location, but the way it seemed to hum a low, vibrating resonance that caused compasses to spin wildly and radios to emit static. The crew swore that the hum carried patterns like a code, though no human could interpret it. Over the following decade, more buoys were reported. They were identical in construction, cylindrical steel structures standing 6 feet high, crusted with barnacles, completely unmarked. No nation claimed ownership. Fishermen in Newfoundland pulled several from the water, only to find that the metal corroded their tools instantly, leaving deep pitted holes where they had tried to cut it. One even claimed to have seen the buoy move of its own accord, as though the currents themselves were being guided. The phenomenon became known in maritime circles as the orphan buoys, and they were regarded with fear and fascination. Some theorized secret naval experiments, lost wartime markers, or even extraterrestrial interference. But the consistency of the sightings defied human explanation. Patterns emerged. The buoys seemed to align in perfect lines, forming invisible pathways across the ocean, always converging near locations where ships later disappeared or vanished without a trace. In 1952, a Dutch patrol vessel encountered an unusual chain of these buoys stretching for nearly 60 miles. The crew attempted to follow the line, hoping to chart it. As they sailed, a dense fog descended without warning, so thick that the ship's lights barely penetrated it. The buoys continued ahead, perfectly aligned, leading the vessel deeper into the mist. Compasses failed. Radios emitted bursts of static that sounded like whispers. Men reported hearing footsteps on the deck where no one stood, soft tapping, like iron against wood. One sailor, a young man named Peter, later described the experience in vivid detail. It was as if the sea itself was alive, like it was breathing, shaping the waves to guide us, or perhaps to trap us. I could feel eyes beneath the water watching every move, waiting to decide if we would survive. Eventually the fog lifted, but the buoys had vanished. The patrol ship found itself hundreds of miles off course, in waters thought impassable for their vessel. No evidence of the buoys remained, yet the crew was forever changed. Some swore the buoys had been a warning. Others believed the ocean itself had tested them, a living labyrinth for human arrogance. The orphan buoys continued appearing throughout the latter half of the 20th century. Some were found tangled in fishing nets, others washed ashore on remote Scottish and Icelandic beaches. Divers who attempted to investigate reported strange electrical fields and disorienting currents that pushed them away from the structures. Even the most advanced sonar scans failed to map their locations reliably. By the 1970s, the buoys had gained a sinister reputation. Mariners claimed that if you followed a chain too far, you might encounter what lay beneath. Shadowy shapes, too large to identify, moving just beneath the waves, glimpses of metal or scales, or the faint outline of shipwrecks that had no record of existing. Whispers spread that the buoys marked corridors leading to lost vessels, ships claimed by the ocean, guided by forces humans could never comprehend. The orphan buoys remain one of the ocean's most enigmatic mysteries. They are rarely seen, always fleeting, yet those who do encounter them speak of a living intelligence in the Atlantic. Something patient, deliberate, and older than any known civilization. It shapes currents, guides ships, and occasionally allows glimpses of what lies beneath, a submerged world that the sea guards jealously. Fishermen still tell the stories late at night, voices low and urgent. They warn against following the buoys, against venturing too far from familiar waters. The Atlantic remembers, they say, and it chooses what it will reveal and whom it will consume. Chapter 5 for the ghost passenger of the SS Berlin in the winter of 1907. The German ocean liner SS Berlin sailed the North Sea, ferrying passengers between New York and Bremerhaven. The voyage began uneventfully, with calm seas and clear skies, but as the ship approached the fog-bound waters off the Frisian coast, something inexplicable occurred. Crew members first noticed him quietly, almost at the edge of perception. A tall man in an antiquated maritime uniform, a long, weathered coat, polished boots, and a captain's hat that seemed decades out of place. He walked the corridors of the ship silently, his presence never acknowledged by any ticketed passenger, and yet always observed. His face was pale, almost translucent, eyes unnervingly focused, as if scanning the ship's every crevice. Over the next 2 nights, the crew reported subtle phenomena. The ship's logs were mysteriously altered, entries appearing that no officer remembered writing. Doors would open by themselves, leading to rooms where nobody had entered. A faint odor of pipe tobacco, old and acrid, would drift through empty cabins. Even the compass behaved erratically whenever the ghostly figure appeared on deck. One young steward, Carl Weber, described a terrifying encounter. While delivering breakfast, he saw the man standing at the ship's bow, staring directly at the horizon. When Carl called out, the figure vanished, leaving only a faint mist hovering above the water. Moments later, the ship's radio crackled with a strange, distorted message, a language nobody recognized. A sequence of numbers and sounds that made the entire radio array emit a low hum. The climax came on the 3rd night. A fierce storm erupted unexpectedly, though meteorological records show no storm should have existed. Waves towered over the Berlin, battering the hull as wind screamed through the rigging. Crew members reported seeing the ghostly passenger walking across the deck in defiance of the storm, calm, untouched by the driving rain. His eyes, Carl would later recall, glowed faintly, reflecting the lightning above. One sailor attempted to approach him to demand an explanation and was thrown backward by an invisible force, his body slamming against the rail. In the chaos, several passengers reported glimpsing other shadowy figures in the mist, indistinct shapes, mimicking the movements of the crew, standing silently at the edges of reality. The storm abated as suddenly as it had appeared, leaving a glassy, calm sea behind. The ghostly man was gone, leaving no trace. For decades, survivors and their descendants spoke quietly of the Berlin ghost. Historians dismissed it as hysteria or stress-induced hallucinations, yet the ship's logs retained odd anomalies, cryptic entries, inexplicable temperature readings, and notes in handwriting that did not match any officer aboard. Some entries suggested the ghost had knowledge of locations and events before they occurred, warnings of storms, reports of ships that would later vanish, coordinates that did not exist on contemporary maps. Even today, maritime folklore preserves the tale. Sailors in the North Sea swear that on foggy nights, near the coordinates of the SS Berlin's last voyage, one can see a figure walking the waves tall, imposing, eternally surveying the horizon. Compasses spin erratically. Radios hiss with unintelligible transmissions. And anyone who tries to follow the apparition reports disorientation, sudden vertigo, and a feeling of being watched by something beyond the natural world. The ghost passenger remains unexplained. Some theorize he was a seafarer lost in time, a residual consciousness trapped between worlds. Others insist he is a guardian of the North Sea, a harbinger of storms, a witness to events the ocean has claimed for itself. Whatever the truth, the legend of the SS Berlin's ghostly traveler endures a chilling reminder that the sea never forgets, and some passengers never truly leave. Chapter 55. The Vanishing of the Flying Dutchman 2. Legends of the Flying Dutchman have haunted sailors for centuries, a ghostly ship doomed to wander the seas, never reaching port. But in 1947, off the storm-lashed coast of South Africa, a modern manifestation of the legend emerged, reported by an international convoy that would never forget the encounter. The convoy consisted of 6 cargo ships traveling from Cape Town to London, navigating treacherous waters notorious for sudden storms and unpredictable currents. Around midnight, the lookout spotted a vessel on the horizon, illuminated by an otherworldly glow. It was unmistakably a modern cargo ship, hull steel gray, masts intact, yet no registry or name could be identified. Captain Henry Vandermeer, of the freighter Stella Maris, described the sight with unease. It was there, perfectly formed, riding the waves like any ordinary ship. But something was off. There was no wake, no movement of water beneath the hull. It was alive, and yet not. Silent, perfect, and wrong. As the convoy attempted to signal the ship, lights flickered in patterns that seemed deliberate. Morse code, but nonsensical, jumbled, almost mocking. The strange vessel mirrored the movements of the convoy. When one ship turned, the apparition mirrored the turn in perfect synchrony, maintaining a constant distance. By dawn, fog had enveloped the area. The ghost ship appeared closer, unnervingly so. Crew members on the Stella Maris reported feeling a weight in the air, a vibration that ran through metal and bone alike. Instruments malfunctioned, compasses spun, engines stuttered, and radios emitted static, hissing voices that sounded like sailors whispering their names. One of the youngest sailors, Johann, later described the encounter in chilling detail. It felt like it wanted us to see it, but not touch it. Like the ocean had grown teeth, and this ship was its fang. I could feel it watching, testing us. If we stepped closer, I think it would have swallowed us whole, along with the others. At sunrise, the fog lifted, and the ship was gone. No debris remained. Radar recordings, taken from the lead vessel, showed only an empty patch of ocean where the ship had been. Satellite photographs, later reviewed, confirmed that no vessel had occupied that location at any point. Yet every sailor aboard swore the encounter was real, etched in memory with the clarity of a nightmare. In the decades following, reports of Flying Dutchman 2 sightings trickled in. Mariners in the South Atlantic claimed to see a ghostly cargo ship during storms, glowing faintly in lightning flashes, perfectly riding waves yet leaving no trace. Some reported that the ship appeared precisely where they had least expected it, sometimes miles ahead, sometimes behind, always watching, always silent. Maritime experts suggested atmospheric refraction, hallucinations, or optical illusions. But the consistency of reports across decades and nationalities defied explanation. The same anomaly appeared to multiple ships simultaneously, sometimes hundreds of miles apart. Equipment failed in the presence of the apparition. Divers attempting to locate sunken wreckage in these coordinates found nothing. Only swirling currents and unnatural shadows in the depths. Even today, sailors near the Cape of Storms whisper of it. They speak in hushed tones, warning newcomers. If you sail in thick fog, look carefully at the horizon. There may be a vessel there, perfectly formed, riding the waves, but it is not meant for you. To see it is to feel the ocean's memory, its patience, and its judgment. Some insist the Flying Dutchman 2 is a warning, a modern harbinger of storm and loss. Others claim it is a guardian of the deep, a ship cursed to wander endlessly, never touching reality. Whatever the truth, those who encounter it are forever changed. The sea, they learn, has secrets older and more patient than humanity, and some ships are never meant to reach home. Chapter 56, The Vanishing Island of Henderson Reef in the early 20th century. Henderson Reef, located somewhere in the South Pacific, appeared on maps but resisted all attempts at consistent observation. Mariners reported it in one season, then failed to find it the next. Some even claimed to have landed on its shores, witnessing tropical flora, bird colonies, and freshwater springs, only for the island to vanish beneath the waves when they returned with charts and photographs. The first official sighting came in 1910 when the captain of the schooner Mariposa recorded the coordinates. He described a lush, crescent-shaped island with white sand beaches, towering palms, and a small lagoon teeming with fish. The crew disembarked to collect fresh water and explore, noting strange, unidentifiable footprints in the sand, human-like but elongated, with unusual spacing between steps. They took samples of plants, but by the time they returned to the lagoon the next morning, the island had disappeared. Only open water stretched to the horizon. Subsequent expeditions yielded similar results. In 1923, a British survey vessel arrived at the given coordinates, only to find nothing but deep, dark water. Sonar scans recorded anomalous readings, depressions on the seafloor that shifted location over time, suggesting a landscape moving as if the ocean floor itself were alive. Instruments failed intermittently, compasses spun, and radio signals distorted. Crew members claimed to hear faint sounds, laughter, singing, and the soft rhythm of drums that vanished when approached. The island became a legend among Polynesian sailors, who told stories of spirits guarding the place that appears and disappears. They warned that the reef was a threshold, a liminal space between the living world and the ocean's hidden depths. Any who ventured too far risked being claimed not by storms, not by reefs, but by the very memory of the sea itself. In 1951, an American naval survey attempted to reconcile maps with reality. Divers reported seeing coral structures and submerged ruins beneath the area where Henderson Reef had been observed. These formations resembled walls, towers, and terraces, underwater architecture that suggested an entire settlement had been swallowed by the ocean. Submersibles captured images of carvings and stonework that hinted at an ancient civilization unknown to history, preserved beneath miles of water. The strangest reports came from pilots during the 1960s, flying over the area. Several reported the island appearing briefly through the clouds, fully formed only to vanish within minutes. Photographs taken often came back blank, as if the island existed outside of conventional perception, visible only to the human eye for brief, fleeting moments. Maritime historians speculate that Henderson Reef is a shifting sandbank, a geological illusion, or perhaps a rare mirage. Yet the consistency of eyewitness accounts over decades, across multiple nations and technologies, suggests something far stranger. It behaves as if it is conscious, revealing itself only when the ocean wills it. It's protecting its secrets with currents, tides, and fog. Modern expeditions occasionally pick up anomalies, sudden sonar spikes, unusual magnetic readings, and water currents moving against natural patterns. Divers report hearing whispers and languages long dead, feeling cold, invisible hands brush against their skin, and glimpsing shadowy figures in peripheral vision, vanishing the moment they turn. Henderson Reef remains unsolved, a phantom island that challenges every understanding of geography, oceanography, and perception itself. Some believe it is a memory of a forgotten civilization preserved by the ocean's timeless power. Others suggest it is a warning, a liminal threshold marking where reality ends and the abyss begins. Those who search for Henderson Reef learn one unshakable truth: the sea is patient, waits, it reveals what it wants. Some places are never meant to be held. Those who search for Henderson Reef learn one unshakable truth: the sea is patient, it waits, it reveals what it wants, and some places are never meant to be held. Chapter 57: The Mirrored Waters of Devil's Throat Pass. In the remote stretches of the Andaman Sea, far beyond the trade routes and well-charted lanes, lies a region known by mariners as Devil's Throat Pass. It is a place avoided instinctively, marked not by reefs, not by storms, not by pirates, but by silence. A silence so vast and heavy that sailors swear it presses into the lungs, dulls thought and mutes even the roar of the ocean. A silence that feels alive. The earliest known record of the pass appears in 1786 in the logbook of the merchant brig Holloway's Mercy. The captain, Elias Toron, wrote that his ship encountered a stretch of water so unnaturally still it resembled polished obsidian. No waves, no wind. The sails hung limp. Birds vanished. The sea reflected the sky like a perfect mirror, creating the illusion of floating between two worlds. But it was not the stillness that terrified the crew. It was what the water reflected that the sky did not. Torin described a moment where the sky above was bright, clear blue, yet the water reflected storm clouds cycling, roiling, flickering with lightning that made no sound. When a sailor leaned over the railing to look closer, his reflection stared back with black, hollow eyes, mouth open in a scream that he had not made. They left the region as soon as wind returned, swearing never to return. The logbook was dismissed as superstition until more sightings surfaced. The 1894 incident, the steamship Gideon's Wraith, a British steamship, encountered the pass and immediately noticed its unnatural properties. The engines continued rumbling, yet the ship refused to move forward as though held by invisible tension in the water. Crewmen reported seeing reflections of ships sailing beneath them ghostly, hulls drifting silently through the inverted world in the water. Some were ancient sailing vessels. Others resembled navies not yet invented. One officer claimed he saw a submarine gliding smoothly below, decades before submarines existed. Horrified, the captain ordered a swift retreat. But the moment the ship turned, the reflection beneath changed now, mirroring not the ship, but a wrecked version of it, torn open, smoke rising in slow, impossible plumes. Then the screams began. The crew heard voices rising from the deep, their own voices, echoing from beneath the mirror. The ship's bosun collapsed, claiming he had watched his own body floating dead beneath the surface, eyes wide open, staring directly into his living self. The Gideon's Wraith survived the ordeal, but half the crew deserted at the next port and refused to ever sail again. Modern science enters the pass and fails by the 1970s. Oceanographers attempted to chart Devil's Throat Pass formally. Instruments malfunctioned the moment the research vessels drifted into the Regent compasses, spun violently. Depth finders returned impossible readings, and satellites lost lock on the ship's coordinates. Cameras showed nothing but blur and distortion. But one expedition, the 1982 AQUA-9 survey, recorded something chilling. A diver descended with a tethered camera. The footage showed calm water, silt, and then a reflection of the diver upside down, walking calmly across the sea floor, as if on land, mirroring his movements perfectly, except the reflection was not tethered. It looked up at him and smiled. The diver began screaming, thrashing in the water. The team hauled him back to the surface, hysterical. He never dived again. When he finally spoke days later, he claimed his reflection had said something to him, something he refused to repeat. A week later, he vanished during the night, leaving his bunk undisturbed. The ship SCCTV showed only one piece of footage. The diver walking calmly to the stern, staring at the water, and then, impossibly, his reflection rising up from the surface, meeting him face to face. The next moment, both figures vanished. The most recent account, 2018. A private luxury yacht drifting near the region sent out a single distress call. We thought the sea was glass, then the sky broke. When rescue teams arrived, the yacht floated intact. No signs of struggle. Food still warm on plates. Life jackets untouched. Phones unlocked. But every reflective surface on the ship mirrors, windows, screens, polished metal was shattered. The only clue? Deep gouges in the hull, on the inside, as though something had clawed its way out of the yacht, not into it. To this day, not a single one of the 8 passengers has been found. A legend. Local fishermen believe Devil's Throat Pass is more than a strange patch of sea. They say it is a boundary, a thin membrane between worlds where reflections live independent lives, where shadow selves drift beneath the waves, waiting for moments when the barrier weakens. The mirror is not harmless. The mirror is not passive. It watches, it learns, it remembers. And sometimes it reaches up. Those who dare speak of it claim the ultimate horror is not that the water reflects a different world, but that it reflects your world as it is meant to be, without you in it. A world waiting patiently to replace you. Chapter 58. The Whispers of the Drowned Harbor. Along the fog-choked northern edge of Nova Scotia lies a small inlet forgotten by shipping charts and ignored by modern maps. Locals call it Drowned Harbor, though no one remembers when the name first appeared or why. Others whisper it was abandoned long before storms had names, when the tides began returning things they shouldn't. What is known, however, is this: no vessels anchor there after sunset. No fisherman crosses its entrance on a new moon. No one speaks its name aloud after dark. Those who do swear they hear replies. The abandoned fleet in 1749, Governor Edward Cornwallis recorded the first official mention of Drowned Harbor. A coastal patrol reported seeing an entire fleet of abandoned ships anchored inside the inlet 6 brigs, 3 schooners, and a bark drifting silently in perfectly still water. When patrol boats approached, the situation grew stranger. The ships bore no markings. Their sails were shredded, though there had been no storm. Lanterns still burned on their decks, and yet not a single person was aboard. Clothes were laid out neatly on bunks, meals half finished. Logs open, quills poised mid-sentence, but no bodies, no blood, no signs of departure. It was as though the crews simply stepped off the world. Cornwallis ordered the fleet burned, but the ships vanished overnight before the torch crews arrived. To this day, sailors insist that when the fog is thick enough, you can still see those ghostly masts rising from the inlet, their lanterns glowing through the mist like tired eyes. The whisper tide. Drowned Harbor's most unsettling phenomenon, however, is the fog itself. Fishermen say it moves with purpose, rolling in with unnatural speed, clinging to the surface of the water like a living thing. And within the fog, they hear them. Voices. Dozens. Sometimes hundreds. Some sound like distant conversations, muffled beneath layers of tide and wind. Others are clearer, pleas, warnings, cries, even laughter. But the most terrifying accounts come from those who recognize the voices. Loved ones who died at sea, crewmates lost to storms decades earlier, even their own voices echoing back years younger or older or distorted with gurgling breath. The Micmac people believed the harbor was a thin place where those taken by the sea lingered between worlds, tethered by unfinished words. They avoided the inlet entirely. European settlers ignored the warnings. They didn't ignore them for long. The vanishing of the Loman's Grace, 1881, the fishing vessel Loman's Grace entered the harbor seeking shelter during a sudden squall. When the fog rolled in, the crew reported hearing voices calling their names from the water. They dropped anchor. By morning, the ship remained. The crew did not. What rescue teams found was worse than any violent attack. Asterisk, the deck was dry, lines undisturbed, no signs of struggle, but every rope ladder, anchor chain, and lifeboat line hung fully extended into the water, as though each man had calmly stepped over the railing and descended of his own free will. No bodies were ever recovered. On the underside of the deck rail, investigators found deep fingernail marks, all facing upward, as though the drowned had been pulling themselves up, not dragging anyone down. The 1967 Shore Patrol recordings. In the 1960s, Canadian naval patrols began recording strange transmissions near the harbor. On October 14, 1967, an officer captured audio believed to be the clearest evidence of the whisper tide. What began as static slowly shifted into distinct voices. Leave the light. Don't look at them. Please help us. You're not supposed to be here. The final 8 seconds of the tape chilled every listener. A voice spoke directly into the microphone, whispering the officer's first and last name, though no one outside the patrol would have known it. Then, you're next. The recording ends abruptly with the sound of rushing water. Though the patrol boat never capsized, never submerged, and experienced no mechanical issues, the officer who recorded the tape resigned that same night. 2 years later, during a routine fishing trip, his small boat was found drifting empty inside drowned harbor. The scientific expedition of 2013, a research team attempting to study the acoustic profile of the inlet deployed underwater microphones. Their instruments picked up rhythmic pulses patterns that resembled speech but in no known language. But the strangest finding was this. Every microphone recorded a different set of voices. Every scientist heard something unique. One heard her deceased sister. Another heard his own voice begging for help. Third heard chanting low, guttural, and growing steadily closer. When the team attempted to leave, none of their engines would start. Something knocked against the hull. Then again, then dozens of times. When a crew member looked over the railing, he saw pale shapes below. Not bodies, not quite, but outlines, drifting upward like silhouettes detached from their owners. The researchers abandoned their equipment and escaped in a panic using oars. When they reached open water, all engines roared back to life simultaneously. Every recording they brought back was blank. Every one. The legend they fear to tell locals believe that the harbor doesn't just hold the voices of the dead. They say it collects them. Each drowned soul adds to the swell of whispers in the fog, trapped forever in the inlet's cold grasp. And sometimes when the tide is right and the fog rolls in thick and purposeful, the harbor hungers for more. The most terrifying belief? That the whispered voices aren't calling for help, but calling you by name so you step closer, closer, just close enough for the water to claim you too. And when you vanish, your voice joins theirs, repeating the same desperate litany for the next traveler pulled into the fog. A harbor that drowns, not with waves or storms, but with words. Chapter 59. The last transmission of the Aurora station far out in the Norwegian Sea, where the water turns black even at noon and storms rise without warning. A research platform once floated alone on the horizon, a place few had ever seen and fewer still had returned from. It was called Aurora Station. Officially, it was a meteorological outpost built in 1984 to study polar jet disturbances. Unofficially, sailors whispered that the government placed it there because something in that stretch of ocean wasn't normal. Compasses spun. Sonar malfunctioned. The water beneath the station seemed deeper than any chart had measured us, though the sea floor had fallen away into a pit no instrument could define. Aurora Station was manned by a rotating crew of 8 scientists. But its final crew, the winter shift of 1997, would never be relieved. Their last transmission still haunts every researcher who's heard it. The glow below the trouble began 3 weeks into their assignment, when the ocean beneath the platform began to emit faint, shifting lights. At first they thought it was bioluminescent plankton. Then they realized the light wasn't drifting, it was rising, pulsing in slow, rhythmic patterns like a heartbeat. Dr. Alice Skrenson was the first to describe it in her log. The water looks like it's breathing, exhaling light, caling darkness. At 2:17 one night, the entire underside of the platform lit up with a sudden, blinding blue-white flare that sent tremors through the steel supports, rattling the entire structure like a leaf in a storm. Instruments nearly fried from the electromagnetic surge. When the glow faded, alarms stopped. Clocks froze. Every digital watch on the station began counting backward, and the water below fell utterly still. So still, it looked solid. The shadow at 4,300 meters, the science team lowered a probe equipped with a sonar scanner into the newly calmed water. At 4,300 meters, the sonar return froze, glitching in a way no one had ever seen. The screen showed a single, massive, shifting shape, long curved, and almost serpentine, curled somewhere in the abyss, directly below the platform. But the distortion wasn't what alarmed them. It was the scale. According to the telemetry, the object beneath Aurora Station measured 2.1 kilometers long. No sea creature, nor imagine, came close. The probe cable snapped without warning, not cut, not frayed. Simply severed, as if something had passed through it like smoke. Moments later, the station shook, a deep, resonant vibration rising through the supports, as though something vast had brushed against the platform. 3 researchers wanted to evacuate immediately. They never got the chance. The first disappearances, the shift engineer, Carl Midfiel, vanished from the generator deck. One moment he was speaking through the cum line, describing an odd humming coming through the steel floor. The next, the line fell silent. When the remaining crew reached the deck, his tools were scattered across the floor. The thin trail of seawater led directly to the open maintenance hatch. But the hatch opened into a dry corridor. No seawater should have been there. On the radio log, Alice whispered, "He didn't walk there. There are no footprints in the water. It's like the trail crawled on its own." Security footage later reviewed by investigators showed only static then. For a single second, a warped image as something tall moved past the camera, bending the light around it like heat haze. Then darkness, and the hum 2 nights later, the humming began. It wasn't mechanical, nor was it environmental. It seemed to come from everywhere at once. Our walls, steel, water, and bone. A deep, resonant drone that made the crew's teeth chatter. The hum grew louder whenever anyone approached the edge of the platform. It grew louder still when they looked over the railing. It peaked whenever they spoke, as though the ocean were listening. At 3:33, every light on the station died. A vibrating tone, lower and deeper than the hum, rose from the water, shaking the entire outpost like an earthquake. And then the voices started. They weren't human. They weren't animal. They were something between, echoing across the metal beams with impossible clarity, long dragging syllables in a language that sounded drowned and ancient. One crew member began screaming that something in the water was calling her name. When the others tried to restrain her, she went silent, blinked twice, and walked calmly into the fog rolling off the ocean. She stepped off the platform without hesitation. No splash. No cry. Nothing. The final transmission for hours of hell. The Aurora Station's last communication lasted for hours. Only 12 minutes survived. All that was salvaged was a scrambled, broken, horrifying sequence of audio fragments pieced together by analysts. The complete recording has never been released, but leaked descriptions paint a grim picture. Here is what is known. Fragment 1 to 21 seconds, panicked, shouting. Someone gasping. "It's beneath us. Don't look down, don't." A metallic shriek echoes through the station. Fragment 2, 2 minutes, 10 seconds, heavy footsteps on metal gratings. Then a wet, dragging noise. Voices overlapping, some human, some impossible, like dozens speaking through water. Someone whispers, "It's not a creature. It's a place." Fragment 3 to 47 seconds. A violent slam. A man screaming as something pulls him across the floor. His voice cuts off mid-breath. Fragment. Cut. Fragment for 2-3 minutes. Alice Skrenson's steadier voice. If anyone finds this, the light isn't light. It's an opening. And something below is trying to remember how to come through. Metal groans. Something enormous shifts under the platform, loud enough to distort the recording. A long silence, then. It's rising. Fragment 5, the final 12 seconds. The hum grows louder and louder until it becomes an all-consuming roar. One last whisper is heard. We are not alone in this ocean. The transmission ends. The station today, Aurora Station, was declared lost at sea. No debris, no bodies, no equipment. Just an empty patch of ocean where the outpost once floated. Satellite imagery occasionally shows a faint glow beneath the surface, circular, pulsing slowly, expanding then contracting like a heartbeat. Deep-sea sonar avoids the region. Submarines refuse to pass through it. In every few years, a fishing vessel reports hearing a low hum rising from the water, followed by a soft voice, a woman's voice, whispering in Norwegian, begging them not to look over the side, begging them not to listen, begging them, above all, not to answer. Chapter 6, Oh, the Black Horizon. There is a place in the South Pacific that sailors refuse to mark on charts. It has no official coordinates, no shipping lanes, no satellite beacons. But every mariner who has crossed those remote waters knows of it. They call it simply the Black Horizon, not because the sky grows dark there, but because the line where sea meets air disappears altogether, as if the world ends in a curtain of ink. Clouds hang lower, waves flatten unnaturally. The air tastes metallic, like the moment before lightning strikes. For centuries, vessels have vanished along that invisible border. Clippers, steamers, warships, research craft, even aircraft dropping into the water with no distress call. The last known position of each disappearance forms a perfect arc, a crescent several hundred miles long. It is said the horizon there doesn't show you distance. It shows you something else entirely. This is the story of the ship that tried to understand it, the ship that learned the truth, and the crew that was never seen again. The Reckoning was a government-funded deep-sea vessel launched in 2019 under a classified Maritime anomalies project. Officially, it measured seafloor topography using LiDAR arrays. Unofficially, it was tasked with investigating the line of disappearances that had stretched back for more than 4 centuries. The ship carried 22 Crew 6 researchers, 2 radar technicians, 1 classified payload. Deep in the hold, the captain, Helena Reyes, had spent 30 years at sea. She'd survived typhoons, rogue waves, even a catastrophic engine failure near Antarctica. She did not scare easily. But as the Reckoning approached the coordinates, something changed in her. Her officers noticed her checking the horizon every few minutes, squinting into the haze. She kept rubbing her forearms as though cold, even in the summer heat. At night, she walked the deck alone, pausing often at the bow, staring at the ink-black stretch of ocean ahead. When an officer asked what she was looking for, she said quietly, "You ever feel like something out there is staring back?" He laughed nervously, assuming she was joking. She wasn't. The first signal. 2 days before entering the anomaly zone, sonar began picking up rhythmic pulses, slow, steady thumps, like the tail end of a massive heartbeat echoing through the deep. When plotted on a map, the pulses formed a perfect curve, the same curve that marked centuries of missing vessels. Researchers argued over possibilities, seafloor movement, tectonic resonance, volcanic gas pockets. But none of those phenomena move in perfect rhythmic patterns. None create symmetrical arcs spanning hundreds of miles. At midnight, the pulses doubled in volume. And then the crew began hearing things. Not over sonar. In the walls, in the pipes, in their skulls. Tiny, fragmented whispers vibrating faintly through the metal hull, indistinct at first, then slowly shaping into murmured words no one could quite translate. One crewman insisted he heard his mother's voice whispering his name. Another claimed the murmurs matched radio chatter from a ship that disappeared in 1938. The scientists recorded everything, but playback revealed only static. The wall of darkness on the morning of August 14th, the reckoning reached the edge of the black horizon. The sea abruptly shifted from sapphire to a shade of blue, so dark it reflected nothing. Not cloud, not sun, not sky. The water looked like liquid obsidian, swallowing light rather than refracting it. The boundary was so abrupt, it appeared drawn with a ruler. Normal ocean behind them, utter black ahead. The crew grew silent. Even seasoned sailors felt the wrongness in their bones. Birds that had followed the ship for miles turned back. Wind died. Air stilled. The world around them fell into a dead quiet, as if they had crossed into the eye of some vast, unseen presence. The captain announced they would proceed. The engines roared. The reckoning crossed the line. The sea did not splash or churn beneath the hull. It simply accepted the vessel, as though the water's surface were a membrane the ship slipped through. And then the horizon vanished, not faded, not blurred, vanished. There was no sky, no water, no distance, just an endless black gradient where the world should have been, a void stretching outward in all directions. The crew called it the unmade horizon. The structure below at 2,300 hours, sonar picked up something beneath them. Shape. Structure. Miles below the surface, too deep for any known geological formation, the scanners mapped the outline of what appeared to be a massive, circular ring, perfectly symmetrical. 5 miles in diameter. Not natural. Not possible. The classified payload in the hold a large electromagnetic emitter was activated. Minutes later, the reckoning's floodlights flickered, dimmed, then surged back to life. And for the first time, the crew saw something beneath the surface. Lights, dozens, hundreds, maybe thousands. Tiny pinpricks drifting upward through the blackness like stars rising from the deep. They moved in spirals, forming arcs, crescents, interlocking patterns, as though some intelligence guided them. The researchers watched, mesmerized. Then one of the lights glided close enough to reach the surface. It wasn't a creature, it wasn't a machine, it was an eye. A pale, lidless eye as wide as a dinner plate staring up from beneath the water with a calm, ancient awareness. More lights rose behind it, more eyes, hundreds, all turning upward in perfect synchronization. The crew screamed. The captain whispered, "It's looking at us." The breach, the engines died. All electrical systems cut out. Silence fell thicker than the void around them. Then the ocean beneath the ship split open, not with waves, but with a slow, widening tear as though the sea were only a thin surface stretched across something vast beneath it. A low roar filled the air. Not sound, vibration. A deep, resonant bass that shook ribs, skulls, teeth. The metal hull groaned under the pressure. Crew members dropped to their knees, clutching their heads as the vibration built into something intolerable. The water around the ship turned over, not in waves, but in shapes. Shapes that moved where waves should have been, geometric patterns, concentric rings, impossible currents folding into themselves. The captain staggered to the com panel, slammed the emergency transmitter, and broadcast the last message the outside world would hear. This is the reckoning, the horizon closed, the water is opening. There is something below ITC's USIT. A deafening crack split the transmission. The sea rose. It's not upward. Outward, a vast shadowed shape surfaced beneath the ships, so impossibly large it displaced the ocean around it, lifting the reckoning into the air like a toy. Crew members clung to railings. Steel twisted. Beams snapped. Someone screamed, "The horizon, it's moving. It's moving because it was." The horizon itself, the black curtain at the edge of the world, was collapsing inward. Folding, tightening, curling into a shrinking circle, as though the world outside the anomaly were being sealed off. The last thing anyone heard was the captain whispering, "We were never meant to look back." And then the reckoning was gone, not sunk, not capsized, not exploded, gone. No debris, no oil slick, no signal, no trace. As though the ship had been erased from existence. The aftermath 1 hour later, the horizon restored itself. Waves returned. Wind blew. Birds circled. The ocean looked ordinary again, deceptively harmless. Missions found nothing. Sonar sweeps returned only empty water. Satellite scans showed no disturbance. But fishermen who trawl near that region report something deeply unnerving. On moonless nights, they see a faint line, a razor-thin black curve, rise from the water like a second horizon. And sometimes, drifting across dark channels of radio static, they hear a whispering voice. A woman's voice, a captain's voice, repeating one final phrase in a tone that chills every man who hears it. We didn't find the horizon, it found us. Chapter 6:1. The Lighthouse That Never Died. There is a stretch of coastline off the west of Ireland, known as the crooked, teeth-a-jagged chain of black basalt spires rising straight from the sea like the bones of some ancient creature. Storms there gather with impossible speed. Fog collapses without warning. Many ships that stray too close are torn open on the rocks before they can even send a distress call. In 1860, to save sailors from those deadly reefs, a solitary lighthouse was built atop the tallest spire, Brennag Point Light. It stood 160 feet above the thrashing waves. No nearby towns. No dock, just a narrow metal ladder bolted into the spire's side, the only way in or out. 3 keepers were stationed there at all times, and then, in December of 1902, they vanished. The event was so strange, so utterly impossible, that the lighthouse was abandoned that same winter. Yet to this day, ships still report seeing the lantern burning on stormy nights, and sometimes they see figures moving in its windows. The keepers of the storm, the final crew assigned to Brennag Point Light, consisted of Cormac Tierney, veteran keeper, practical, precise. Declan O'Shea, younger, restless, plagued by nightmares. Eamon Ward, quiet, deeply religious. While terrified of deep water, their logbooks paint a picture of routine life. Weather reports, oil refills, tension over dwindling supplies, mild friction between Declan's impulsiveness and Cormac's discipline. But then, on December 7th, the entries changed. Cormac wrote, "The waves tonight do not break. They rise and fall like something breathing." At 2:14 we heard a horn in the fog, deep and long, but no vessel could survive this sea. Declan added, Lights below the water, not reflections too bright too fast. They spiral like fireflies. Iman says they're not natural, says the ocean is awake. Iman's entry was the shortest. The sea is whispering through the stones. 3 nights later, the whispers stopped, and something else began. In the shadow and the fog on December 11th, a dense fog swallowed Brannig Point, not drifting, collapsing downward like a blanket being thrown over the world. The men rang the warning bell continuously. In the whiteout, they heard heavy footsteps on the outer walkways low, dragging, deliberate. When they reached the window, nothing was there, Cormac wrote. The fog carries shape, not sound, a presence. It stands where the sea meets the air. Declan insisted they heard someone climbing the ladder, metal groaning under invisible weight. But when they opened the door, the ladder hung empty, slick with sea mist. Then Eamon began hearing voices inside the lighthouse, not whispers, not echoes, but knocking from below, from inside the rock. Said something was moving in the spire. Cormac dismissed it as nerves. Declan didn't. In his final readable entry, he wrote, "I saw it in the fog, a tall figure, no face, just a long shape that bent with the waves. It watched us, still watching." The abandoned lantern room on December 13th, a supply crew approached. The sea was unnaturally calm. It's calm, as though the water were holding its breath. The lighthouse was dark lantern room, unlit for the first time since its construction. When rescuers climbed the ladder, they found the front door hanging open. Inside, every lamp was lit, freshly trimmed. Fuel containers topped off, dishes on the table, 3 chairs pulled out, but no men, no bodies, no signs of struggle, no footprints leading out. Only salt water pooled across the floor, as though waves had washed through the entire tower, impossible, given its height above the ocean. The last entry was a single line. "It's at the window." Declan's was worse. "Knows our names." Eamon's final words were scrawled so violently the ink tore the paper. "Do not look at it when it moves." The unending light, the lighthouse, was declared cursed and left to rot under storms and sea spray. Yet from 1920 onward, multiple vessels reported the impossible. The lantern glowing in pitch-black fog, the lamp rotating even with no keepers. The old fog bell ringing with perfect timing, shadows walking back and forth inside the lantern room in 1954. Trawlers swore they saw 3 figures on the balcony, standing in the exact positions where the 3 keepers had once posed for their crew portrait. When the Coast Guard arrived to investigate, the lighthouse was silent, rusted, and yet the lantern glass was warm, as if someone had just extinguished the flame. The 2009 expedition, a team of researchers visited Brannig Point with modern equipment, intending to debunk the stories. They climbed the ladder at dusk. Halfway up, one of them froze, insisting he felt a hand grip his ankle. No one was below him. Inside the lighthouse, electromagnetic readings spiked wildly. Quarters caught faint rhythms, knocking patterns that matched the final days in the logbook. And in the lantern room, every camera malfunctioned. Batteries drained, lenses fogged. Audio warped into deep, reverberating moans. At 2:41, a researcher screamed. He stared out the lantern room window, mumbling, "Someone's out there in the fog. He's waving no. He's warning us, no, he's signaling. Then he suddenly went still. "Turn off the light," he whispered. "Before he gets inside." They fled. Halfway down the ladder, the lantern blazed to life behind them, though no one had lit it. And as their boat sped away, All of them swore they saw 3 silhouettes in the lantern room, standing, watching, waiting. The theory: some believe the 3 keepers drowned in a freak wave. Some believe madness overtook them. Some believe they fought and died in isolation. But sailors who know the old waters, they whisper something else. They say Brannig Point stands on a fracture in the sea, a place where deep ocean pressure bends light. Sound, even reality, where things older than shipwrecks move through fog thick as wool. They say the keepers didn't abandon their post. They were claimed by what watches the crooked teeth, claimed so completely that their bodies vanished, but their duties did not. And on storm nights, when the sea roars loud enough to drown prayers, you can still see the lantern turning through the mist, lit by hands that are no longer human, guiding ships, warning them, or calling them closer. No one truly knows, only that the light has not died, and neither have the keepers. Chapter 62. The Abyssal Choir of the Chatham Rise. There is a place east of New Zealand where the sea floor rises like the back of some ancient sleeping creature. The Chatham Rise, a shallow plateau surrounded by plunging canyons, has always been a zone of strange currents, stranger migrations, and for reasons no one can fully explain, impossible sound. It began with a submarine cable team who were laying fiber optic lines across a valley that sank more than 3,000 meters deep. Their microphones, meant only to monitor the integrity of the cable, began to detect something else, a sound so low, so resonant, that even the hardened operators felt it physically, a vibration through bone, a thrum in the teeth like a note from a colossal instrument. The recordings made no sense. There was pattern but no source, a chorus but no voices. The engineers played it back in the ship's control room. The captain described it as an organ built the size of mountains being played by a storm. Increased gain, boosted volume, filtered frequencies. And the deeper they listened, the more the sound changed. What began as a single, massive frequency began to unravel into layers, harmonics weaving together like voices in a cathedral chant, rising and falling with too much structure to be natural. The intervals matched no known species, the rhythms repeated with impossible precision. It was as if something far below the Chatham Rise was singing. The crew grew uneasy. The water around them felt wrong too, still too cold. Then the fog rolled in. A fog so thick the ship's deck lights became useless halos. Metal began to sweat. Radios crackled with phantom static, broken by that same deep, shuddering hum, now leaking through the speakers, even with the cables unplugged. At 2:17 a.m., the cable snapped, not from tension, not from weight, but from something stroking it, something brushing past it with force controlled enough to not destroy the fiber, but gentle enough to leave behind a smear of gelatinous residue no lab ever identified. At the same moment the cable broke, the underwater microphones transmitted one final sound. A choral swell, vast, coordinated, rising like a gathering storm, and then a single. Final note so powerful the ship's monitors cracked. When divers attempted retrieval weeks later, the valley where the cable had been laid was different. The sand had been sculpted into spiraling rings, stretching hundreds of feet wide, like the tracks of something slow and enormous that had crawled or dragged itself across the seabed. The rings were perfectly symmetrical, perfectly spaced, perfectly geometric. Too perfect, and the sounds they never returned, except every decade around the same month, passing vessels report that same note, deep, shaking, impossible, drifting up from the dark below, as though the choir beneath the Chatham Rise is calling something together again, preparing for another movement in a song no human was meant to hear. Chapter 63. The lantern wreck of Shanter. Straight far north in the Sea of Okhotska lies the Shanter archipelago, remote, frozen, and forgotten by most maps. The water there is so cold that even sound seems to move sluggishly. Whalers once worked these waters and told stories of strange lights beneath the ice, but these were dismissed as reflections or tricks of the midnight sun. Until the Russian survey vessel Taimyr found the lantern wreck. It began with an ice floe drifting oddly against the current. Embedded in it was wood, ancient-looking, burnt yet unrotted, as though preserved by centuries of cold. The crew brought a fragment aboard and realized it was from a ship hull formed using techniques abandoned in the 17th century. But the nearest 17th century wrecks were thousands of miles away. Intrigued, the crew followed the flow's path toward a narrow channel. Sonar showed an object 50 meters below, partially trapped beneath layered sheets of ice. They sent divers. The divers returned shaken. The ship below was not crushed or decayed. It was upright, its hull glowing with a faint greenish light, faint as breath, as if moss or algae had learned to shine.
I'll shoot inside the vessel.
Lanterns hung from the beams. Lanterns that burned, not with flame, but with cold fire. A bluish glow, flickering slowly, rhythmically, like heartbeat light. The deeper the divers swam into the ship, the colder it became. Their breath crystallized inside their masks. Frost crawled across their gauges. One diver said he heard whispers, not water movement, not his own exhalations, but whispers bend the wooden walls, like a crew still pacing the ship's interior. Then the corridor lights brightened, not all at once, but one lantern at a time, lighting the path deeper into the ship's hold. The divers retreated. Back on the Taimyr, the crew argued, but ultimately voted to send down a remote vehicle instead. The ROV descended through the narrow breach and entered the glowing wreck. At the far end of the corridor, the lanterns formed a trail toward the captain's cabin. The door opened as if inviting. Inside hung a logbook sealed in ice, yet the pages fluttered as if breeze stirred them. The ROV's camera zoomed in. Our lanterns do not dim. The cold keeps us alive. The sea will not let us die. Then the page flipped on its own. We hear it in the ice. We hear the caller. The video cut out. The ROV's cable snapped, pulled downward by something unseen. The crew fled the strait, leaving the lantern wreck behind. But every winter, when the sea seals itself in ice, drifting floes glow faintly in the night, greenish blue, pulsing like lanterns in the deep. Some say if you break through the ice at the right time, you'll see the ship again. And if you listen closely, you'll hear its crew whispering still. Chapter 64. The Dead Horizon of Sable Enclave, off the coast of Nova Scotia. Near the notorious graveyard of the Atlantic, fishermen speak in quiet tones about a strip of water known as the Sable Enclave. On maps, it is nothing unusual, a region of shifting sandbars and unpredictable fog. But sailors know better, because in the Sable Enclave, the horizon disappears. Not the way fog hides it, not the way storms distort it, but a true vanishing, a smooth blend of sea and sky until you cannot tell which is which. The first documented disappearance occurred in 1912 when the fishing schooner White Gull sailed into the enclave during clear daylight. Spotters on nearby boats watched as the white gull drifted forward, and then faded as if someone erased its lines with a soft brush. No splash, no debris, no sound, just gone. Search parties found nothing for decades. Vessels avoided the enclave until the late 1960s, when a research team attempted to map the atmospheric anomalies. Their instruments malfunctioned the moment their ship crossed the threshold. Compasses spinning, altimeters going negative, barometers reporting pressure too low to support life, and then the horizon vanished. The sea no longer reflected sunlight. The sky above dimmed in a way not matched by any weather system. Every direction looked the same. It's an endless, dull sheet of gray. The researchers fired flares into the air. The flares rose, slowed, then curved downward, falling back into the water like metal toys pulled by unseen strings. They radioed for help, but the messages arrived scrambled, as if passing through other voices layered beneath theirs, whispers rising, falling, mimicking speech, but forming no recognizable language. The last message the Coast Guard received was a single word said in a tone of awe and terror. Shapes. When the fog finally lifted days later, the research vessel floated intact, power dead, instruments fried, no crew. Inside, every window and reflective surface had been painted over in black grease. Now, someone aboard had been trying desperately not to see something. Only one clue remained, a recording from inside the ship, a microphone left running, hours of static, and then faintly, a splash, a long bone-deep groan, and something rising toward the surface. So vast it displaced the water in a slow, colossal heave, followed by panicked footsteps. A scream, and then nothing. To this day, the Sable Enclave remains a navigational hazard. Sailors swear the horizon still disappears there. Some say it's not the sea you look at inside the enclave. It's something looking back. Chapter 6.5. The trench that breathes near the Kuril Islands lies a narrow fissure so deep it has barely been mapped. Not a full trench, more like a crack in the Earth's crust. A slit plunging down nearly 11,000 meters. Fishermen call it the breathing trench, because sometimes the sea above it rises and falls, as though the ocean itself is inhaling. It began in 1983 when a Japanese research submersible, Shuriken 4, descended to study thermal vents in the region. At 6,000 meters, pilot reported rhythmic pulses in the water pressure, not random like seismic activity, but cyclical, steady, slow. Then came the sound, a massive dragging exhalation that vibrated through the hull. Then an inhalation so vast the gauges dipped as though the sea were being pulled downward. The pilot described it in his log. It feels like we are inside something alive. The deeper the submersible went, the more extreme the pulses became. Silt rose from the fissure like smoke blown upward. Bubbles of superheated gas burst from the sides of the trench, glowing faintly blue, not from temperature, but from bioluminescent organisms never before catalogued. At 9,200 meters, the cameras went dark, not from failure, but from obstruction. Something enormous drifted past the lens, so large the cameras could only capture texture, not form. The texture was ridged, not rock, not shell. Something softer, something that flexed as it moved. Then the water around the submersible warmed dramatically from near freezing to almost tropical in less than 30 seconds. The pilot's breathing quickened, Sensors malfunctioned. The shadow rose beneath the submersible. Something was rising from the trench. The pilot attempted ascent, but the water thickened, like swimming through warm syrup. The hull creaked. Outside, shapes passed in the dark, elongated tendrils or currents, impossible to tell. Then the exhalation came again, loud, impossible, as if an ancient lung beneath the sea were emptying itself after centuries of silence. The submersible shot upward, propelled by a rising column of warm water, thrown nearly 1,000 meters in seconds. The pilot lost consciousness. The vessel was later found drifting on the surface, hull dented inward, as though pressed by colossal pressure, or touched by something curious. The pilot survived, but never dove again. He claimed the trench wasn't geological. It was an opening, a mouth or something like one, and the breathing, not a metaphor. Something very old, very deep, and very massive was waking up. Chapter 66. The Leviathan of the Midnight Shelf. The Midnight Shelf is a place no sailor dares to name aloud. A shadowed undersea plateau stretching for hundreds of miles beneath the North Atlantic, where the water falls away into the abyssal plain with such suddenness that sonar instruments often report nothing before reaching the ocean floor. Ships crossing it rarely notice any danger on the surface. The sea appears calm, ordinary, but beneath, something ancient stirs, something enormous, and something aware. It began in 1998, the deep-sea exploration vessel Argonaut 2, tasked with charting the relatively unmapped continental shelf. It carried a crew of 30, including scientists, engineers, and a group of oceanographers from the Norwegian Marine Institute. They were drawn to the Midnight Shelf not for treasure or fame, but for one simple mystery. Inexplicable sonar readings detected decades earlier by a Soviet submersible had suggested an object the size of a city, moving slowly just above the seabed, its contours impossible to define. Some speculated tectonic formations. Others whispered of creatures beyond comprehension. The crew of the Argonaut 2 did not believe in monsters. They believed in instruments, in evidence, in science. Science, on the Midnight Shelf, would fail them. The first sign. On the third night, the vessel's deep sonar detected a faint signal along the edge of the shelf. At first, it resembled nothing but topographical noise, a ripple in the earth beneath the water. But as they circled the plateau, the signal expanded into a shape, elongated, curving, and immense. Dimensions estimated by the sonar suggested something over 3 kilometers in length, moving independently, not with currents, but with its own volition. The geologist, Dr. Ingrid Molly, was the first to voice concern. That's not a landform. That moves too deliberately. It's breathing. Her words earned polite chuckles, till the water temperature sensors spiked inexplicably. 10 degrees warmer than expected, a narrow trail of rising heat following the moving shape below. The engineers traced it to the sonar readings themselves, every time the shape moved. Instruments fluctuated as if passing through a field of pressure waves no one had ever recorded. By 2:47, the Argonaut II's submersible drones were deployed. Cameras and LiDAR scans penetrated the thick, cold water of the Midnight Shelf. What they captured at first seemed mundane. Rock outcroppings, silt clouds, and the occasional abyssal squid. Then, at nearly 4 kilometers deep, the drones recorded the impossible, a shadowed ridge rising out of the darkness. Hundreds of meters tall, with edges and forms that shifted as though the creature beneath the water could alter its own structure. Flowing with the current but remaining conscious of every object around it, The lights reflected off a surface slick and wet, not with scales, but something smoother, darker, like polished obsidian. The submersible's cameras flickered. Video feed broke into static. When the images returned, the shape had moved closer to the drones than it should have been in seconds. Its size had expanded. Its outline no longer resembled any known life form, yet moved with the precision of a predator. The sound the next night, sonar detected it again, but this time the vessel's audio equipment began picking up a low, rhythmic pulse, rising from the depths like a heartbeat. The pulse was so loud it resonated through the hull. Crew members reported vibrations in their teeth, ringing in their skulls, sensation as if something far below was breathing into their minds. The pulse evolved into tonal patterns, almost a language, repeating sequences that suggested communication or intelligence. Some of the scientists recorded it, labeling it the Leviathan's pulse. Yet when played back topside, the audio sounded distorted, haunting, sometimes forming whispers faintly recognizable as human words. One of the oceanographers, Lars Holm, swore he heard his father's voice among them. Another heard his own name repeated. And for those who tried to dismiss it, the vessel's instruments confirmed it. The Leviathan had not yet approached the surface. It had not even surfaced. Yet its influence reached them. The drone descent Dr. Molly argued for a manned dive. Others protested. They compromised. 2 submersibles, tethered, cameras and lights at maximum range. The descent was gradual. At 4 kilometers below, water pressure doubled, then tripled. Hulls groaned. Even the deepest rated submersibles quivered under forces engineers could not explain. And then the lights caught it. Not the shape alone, but the eyes. 3 enormous orbs, glowing faintly green in the darkness. Not humanoid, not fish-like, but aware. Watching. One eye seemed to follow the drone's every movement, and a shiver ran through every crew member monitoring from the surface. The submersible's feed froze again, but the faint recording captured something impossible. The Leviathan had opened its mouth. Not like a fish or whale, a cavity stretching for hundreds of meters, lined with an array of structures resembling teeth or jagged crystal formations. A current surged, pushing the drones backward, as if the Leviathan's exhalation displaced the water itself. The crew reported that on the surface, wind picked up. Waves formed where none should have. Even instruments outside the vessel detected pressure changes corresponding to the Leviathan's breathing. The attack for the next 3 hours, the Leviathan followed the Argonaut 2. The crew first noticed the effect when the water beneath the vessel began to shimmer unnaturally. The sea surface was no longer reflecting stars. Instead, the night sky seemed to ripple as though viewed through liquid glass. Objects on the deck appeared stretched and warped. The crew began experiencing hallucinations, shadows moving just beyond sight, whispers from speakers and radios that weren't transmitting, and phantom vibrations mimicking footsteps along the hull. The Leviathan did not strike directly, not yet. It toyed with them. The crew called it the breathing storm. A combination of its physical movement beneath the ocean, its low-frequency pulses, and the strange optical distortions created a sensation of floating in a living nightmare. At 4:23, the storm escalated. The Leviathan released a column of water heated far above ambient temperature, pushing the Argonaut to almost 50 meters sideways. Despite the engines running at full, instruments detected turbulence that should have shattered the hull. Yet the ship remained intact. The crew witnessed shapes rising in the dark water, appendages, spines, or tentacles hundreds of meters long, weaving and folding in ways impossible to describe. Each movement left behind ghostly trails of luminescence that faded slowly like the afterimages of stars. The leviathan's pulse escalated into a deafening roar, not sound, but a pressure wave that rattled bones and disrupted electronics. Several crew members lost consciousness. Others described visions, flooded decks, ghostly figures of themselves floating above the ocean, eyes glowing green, staring at the living. The surface incident by dawn, the Leviathan retreated, or perhaps disappeared. Its pulse slowed, the optical distortions faded, and the water calmed unnaturally. The Argonaut, too, remained intact. But the crew was profoundly altered. Some refused to speak of what they saw. Some refused to eat. One engineer, Johann Reimer, disappeared from the vessel during the first calm. No trace was found, the railing was dry, no splash in the water. Just gone. Surface instruments picked up something extraordinary, a massive depression moving slowly across the shelf. Beneath the waves, hundreds of meters deep, kilometers wide, scientists estimated that whatever the Leviathan was, it could easily have destroyed the ship if it wished. Instead, it appeared curious, intelligent, observant. The legend grows. Reports of a vast, unknown creature in the North Atlantic grew. Fishing vessels, passing submarines, and research expeditions all reported strange optical anomalies, low-frequency pulses, or inexplicable currents. One trawler even claimed it caught a fragment of its skin, smooth, black, impenetrable, and still warm to the touch, like living stone. Marine biologists argue about it. Some say it's a previously undiscovered cephalopod or giant cetacean. Some suggest it is a tectonic phenomenon with hallucinatory side effects. The crew of the Argonaut, too, knows better. The Leviathan is not a creature to be catalogued. It is not a force of nature, nor a product of evolution. It is a sentient presence. It knows who approaches. It chooses whom to observe. And sometimes it toys with them. They all swear the midnight shelf is alive. It breathes. It listens. And one day, it will rise higher than the shelf into shallower water. And when it does, the world will finally understand why the Leviathan has waited for centuries, silent, patient, and watching. Chapter 67. The Vanishing Fleet of the Coral Triangle. The Coral Triangle, the vast region spanning Indonesia, the Philippines, and Papua New Guinea, is renowned for its unparalleled marine biodiversity. Beneath its shimmering turquoise waters lie coral forests, deep trenches, and labyrinthian underwater caves. But among local seafarers, there exists a story older than any map, the legend of the Vanishing Fleet. It began in 1973, when the Indonesian Navy dispatched a small fleet of research vessels to study unexplored reef systems. 7 ships, each equipped with sonar, divers, and hydrographic mapping gear, set out from Ambon Harbor. Their goal: document the intricate ecosystems and catalog unknown marine species. What returned, or rather, what didn't, has haunted the region ever since. The first night, the fleet radioed routine updates. Storm clouds had formed unnaturally fast, even though forecasts predicted clear skies. On board the flagship KRI Nusantara, sonar technicians detected shadow ships moving beneath the surface, objects roughly the size of destroyers, but irregular, as if alive. The commanding officer dismissed it as sonar reflection or false returns caused by the complex reef structure. The crew, however, noted the water's surface had begun rippling in unnatural spirals, and currents shifted without reason. Nets sank more slowly. Instruments failed sporadically, and depth readings fluctuated wildly. By midnight, the first ship disappeared. The KRI Lawton, a 75-meter research vessel, simply vanished from radar. The distress call was faint, garbled, then cut. The last message contained a single, chilling phrase. It watches. It knows. It wants. The shadows below the remaining fleet attempted to regroup. As they navigated into deeper channels, sonar returns grew stranger. The shadows below mirrored the shapes of their ships, but were larger, darker, impossible to reconcile with any known object. Every time a ship maneuvered, the shadows responded slightly ahead, predicting movement. Divers reported seeing shapes beneath the surface colossal, distorted, gliding through water with a silent fluidity that defied physics. Biologists on board insisted that no known marine animal could match the size or behavior. Electric instruments began to fluctuate in resonance with the shadows, as if the objects themselves generated electromagnetic fields tuned to the human nervous system. By the third night, another ship disappeared, the KRI Samudra. Crew members who survived the radar blackout described hearing voices beneath the water, faintly repeating their own names, whispering instructions they did not understand. The fleet dwindled to 4 ships, each crew now terrified, unsure whether they faced monsters, hallucinations, or a natural phenomenon beyond comprehension. The vanishing point by the 4th night, the remaining vessels approached a narrow trench known to local fishermen as the Devil's Corridor. GPS and sonar ceased functioning as the fleet crossed it. Depth gauges fluctuated between 200 meters and 5,000 meters in seconds. The water darkened unnaturally, absorbing light like a void. From the bridge of KRI Nusantara, officers reported seeing glowing eyes, dozens of them rising slowly beneath the water. They moved in organized patterns, forming geometric shapes, then breaking apart into new constellations. Some appeared to mirror the ships themselves, mimicking their designs in glowing, distorted forms. In the span of hours, all but the flagship disappeared. The remaining crew witnessed the last 2 vessels being lifted beneath the water as if the ocean itself had opened, leaving nothing behind. The depth charges and emergency flares deployed made no difference. Nothing broke the surface. The Nusantara itself barely escaped, guided by instinct in the emergency return path. On board, all instruments were fried. Compasses spun wildly. Depth meters fluctuated to negative numbers. Radios transmitted only static, interspersed with faint whispers, mimicking the voices of the missing crew. The aftermath, when the Navy investigated weeks later, the water in the coral triangle appeared normal. Charts revealed nothing unusual. No wreckage, debris, or oil slicks were ever recovered. Yet local fishermen still claimed to see the fleet's shadows moving beneath the waves. Ships that should not exist. Manned by figures unseen. Some say the ocean itself claimed them. Others whisper that something intelligent, vast, and ancient resides in the trench. Studying, learning, and absorbing the vessels into its domain, the vanishing fleet remains unsolved. Maps show nothing. Satellites record nothing. Yet those who know the Coral Triangle say that if you cross certain channels at night, you can hear faint engine hums, muffled sonar pings, and the whispers of crews that never returned. Chapter 6-8. The phantom lights of Bermuda Passage. Beyond the infamous Bermuda Triangle lies a lesser-known channel, stretching between the Bahamas and Puerto Rico. Mariners call it the Bermuda Passage. A corridor notorious not for storms, but for lights that appear on the water with no source. The phenomenon is subtle, slow to appear, faint pinpoints of luminescence at first, barely visible against the night sky. But those who encounter it describe impossible behavior. The lights rise from beneath the waves, form complex patterns, and move in deliberate formations before vanishing without a trace. The first documented account occurred in 1965 when a small freighter, the SS Calypso, reported navigation instruments failing as glowing arcs rose around the vessel. Crew members reported hearing music from the deep, harmonics resonating in the air and water simultaneously. Attempts to photograph or film the lights failed. Cameras recorded only static, yet the crew swore the lights persisted. By 1978, the phenomenon escalated. Multiple vessels reported coordinated movement, lights arranging themselves into recognizable shapes, geometric patterns, arrows pointing toward the horizon, and sometimes even the outlines of ships that had vanished decades prior. Marine biologists, when consulted, suggested bioluminescent plankton or jellyfish blooms. Sailors knew better. Plankton cannot move in formation, mimic shapes, or respond to the approach of vessels. One night, a Coast Guard cutter reported something truly unsettling. The lights descended, forming a vast humanoid figure beneath the ship. The sonar registered a mass hundreds of meters tall, yet the ship's radar showed nothing. Crew members claimed to hear whispers in multiple languages simultaneously, some spoken, some incomprehensible, but all warning them not to approach. Subsequent research expeditions avoided the area. Yet even today, satellite imagery occasionally shows faint, transient patterns of lights in the Bermuda Passage, formations so precise they suggest intelligence, not nature. Some mariners swear the lights are learning, testing humanity, waiting for the next ship to wander too close. Chapter 69, the floating isle of Loreley Bay off the coast of northern Germany. In the Baltic Sea lies Loreley Bay, a narrow inlet known for treacherous currents and sudden storms. Fishermen tell tales of an island that appears and disappears at will, sometimes drifting kilometers from its previous location. In 1994, the marine research vessel Heligoland charted the bay, aiming to map sediment displacement. On a foggy morning, radar detected a large landmass where charts recorded nothing. Sonar suggested it was partially hollow beneath the waterline, a structure impossible to natural formation. As the crew approached, the fog lifted briefly. They observed a dense forest, trees with twisted branches and patches of soft soil. Birds alighted on branches, but no sound was heard. When the crew attempted to land, compasses spun wildly. Their instruments fluctuated, as if some unknown force was disrupting magnetic fields. During the first night anchored near the isle, crew members reported noises from the forest. Whispers, faint footsteps, and strange calls that resembled human speech but formed no words recognizable in any language. One Deccan disappeared near the tree line, reappearing hours later on the vessel, soaked, pale, and unable to speak. By the third day, the island began to drift slowly. Charts and GPS could not keep pace. The crew watched in horror as it vanished entirely behind the morning mist, leaving only a phantom wake in the water that lasted minutes before dissipating. Loreley Bay has been studied intermittently since sonar occasionally detects landforms rising and sinking, yet none have been physically explored. Some theories suggest a massive trapped gas pocket under the seabed creates temporary floating isles. Others whisper that it is sentient, moving deliberately to observe humanity and occasionally punishing those who trespass. Chapter 7. Oh, the cries of the deep-water canyon off the coast of Chile lies the Atacama Trench, a narrow vertical canyon descending to over 7,000 meters. Beyond its steep walls lies a region scientists call the Deep Silent Zone, a place where sound does not travel normally, and sonar returns fail mysteriously. In 2001, a deep-sea probe, Mariana Echo, was deployed to record marine life in this extreme environment. The team immediately noticed strange acoustic patterns, low-frequency moans rising and falling, seemingly structured but impossible to localize. At first, researchers assumed tectonic vibrations or gas seepage, but when the probe descended to 6,000 meters, the sounds intensified, the moans forming coordinated overlapping pitches, almost like cries. One team member swore the rhythm matched heartbeats. The probe's camera captured impossible movements, enormous. Translucent forms drifting through water columns hundreds of meters in height, moving gracefully with intelligence, responding to the probe's lights. Attempts to capture them physically failed. Nets tore instantly. Remotely operated vehicles were dragged toward the canyon walls, and the probe's sensors short-circuited. By 0300 hours, the audio intensified into choral screams, echoing in the hull of the research vessel above. Crew members reported nausea, vertigo, and profound fear. The cries subsided only after the probe was withdrawn. Since then, sonar readings of the trench intermittently detect vast mobile masses, but nothing can be captured or cataloged. Researchers now refer to it as the canyon that cries, a place alive. Watching and communicating in a voice humanity is not equipped to understand. Chapter 71. The Shadows of the Black Fjord. In the northern reaches of Norway lies a fjord so dark it is said even the midnight sun refuses to pierce its waters. Locals call it Svartfjorden, the Black Fjorden. Fishing vessels avoid it after sunset, warning of shadows in the water that move independently of the currents. In 1987, the research ship Nordlys ventured into Svartfjorden, equipped with sonar and underwater cameras, seeking to document the fjord's unique marine ecosystem. Early readings appeared normal until the sonar detected hundreds of elongated shapes, each larger than a submarine moving in unison beneath the surface. By nightfall, strange optical effects began. Moonlight hitting the water created ripples that did not reflect natural patterns. Instruments malfunctioned. Crew members reported seeing dark silhouettes rising from the water, never fully solid, always shifting, as if something alive was mimicking their own movements. One deckhand whispered that the shadows were not just below, but inside the fjord itself, stretching up the cliffs, moving along rock faces in ways no solid matter could. The next day, 2 divers entered the fjord for closer inspection. Their cameras captured the impossible. The fjord floor was dotted with tunnels and arches carved into the rock, some extending 4 kilometers, glowing faintly with bioluminescence. Massive, undulating forms moved through them, shifting between being rock-like and fluid, like living shadows made of water and darkness. When the divers attempted ascent, currents blocked them in a spiraling whirlpool that appeared suddenly. Onboard sonar recorded a low-frequency pulse resembling a heartbeat, synchronized with a subtle, almost imperceptible sway of the vessel. The divers eventually surfaced unharmed, but they spoke only in whispers, unable to describe what they saw. By nightfall, the fjord returned to its calm, mirror-like state. No shadows appeared. No sonar readings suggested anything unusual. But the crew agreed. Svartfjorden is alive. It records, observes, and sometimes feeds. Those who linger too long feel the darkness reach into their minds, leaving a residue of fear and memory they cannot explain. Chapter 72. The sunken city of Azure Reef in the Caribbean Sea. Beyond the well-charted coral systems lies an underwater plateau called Azure Reef. For decades, recreational divers reported discovering odd formations, stone blocks resembling walls, arches, and pillars. In 2002, scientific expedition confirmed the impossible. Beneath 80 meters of water lay structures of perfect geometry, completely unnatural, seemingly arranged with purpose. Sonar mapping suggested the city spanned over 2 square kilometers. Stonework bore markings resembling writing, but no known civilization could have created it. Analysis revealed the material was similar to limestone, yet far harder than natural reef formations. By the third dive, divers began reporting auditory phenomena, echoes of human activity, faint laughter, footsteps, and distant conversations. None of it matched the audio from the surface. Lights on the seabed revealed statues that were too lifelike, positioned in poses suggesting observation, waiting, and warning. During the fourth dive, one diver captured something extraordinary. A figure moving among the structures, humanoid, semi-transparent, with glowing eyes. It did not approach. It did not flee. It merely watched. The diver's camera glitched for minutes, then resumed, showing only empty ruins. Over the next weeks, the expedition documented similar events. Sonar reflections of massive shapes moving among the ruins, water currents that defied physical laws, and temperature anomalies where water warmed and cooled in unnatural patterns. Scientists hypothesized lost civilizations, geological quirks, or hallucinatory effects. But locals whispered a darker truth. Azure Reef was not built by humans, but by something that dwells beneath. And the structures remain because they are alive in some way. To this day, divers who linger too long report a sense of being observed, of walls shifting slightly when not watched, shadowy forms flitting just beyond vision, waiting for those who might trespass too far. Chapter 7.3. The Whispering Waters of Baja Canyon, Baja California, Mexico, holds a canyon system plunging thousands of meters into the Pacific. Fishermen have long avoided it at night, speaking of water that speaks, not metaphorically but literally, whispers rising from the depths. In 2010, a submersible expedition set out to study rare deep-sea fish and hydrothermal vents. Within hours of reaching 3,500 meters, the crew experienced the inexplicable, faint whispers over intercom systems. Static-filled audio resembling human voices reciting fragmented names, dates, and places. Lights were deployed to observe the canyon walls. It revealed creatures moving in and out of the silt, elongated, semi-transparent, some forming shapes reminiscent of humans or fish, but distorted in impossible ways. Currents shifted unnaturally, pushing the submersibles along predetermined paths. At 5,000 meters, the whispers intensified, forming tones resembling a choir of thousands, yet none could be localized. Divers noted that when the submersible's light swept over the canyon floor, the shapes would retreat, only to reappear in patterns above and around the vehicle, forming an organized, almost ritualistic dance. On board, the crew suffered hallucinations, vertigo, and auditory illusions. One member described seeing faintly glowing faces embedded in the canyon walls, speaking directly to them without moving lips. Attempts to record or photograph failed. Memory cards and tapes corrupted in seconds. When the submersible ascended, sonar readings captured a final, explainable event. A massive distortion of the ocean floor, as if the canyon itself inhaled and exhaled, leaving deep grooves that disappeared within hours. The Baja Canyon remains largely unexplored today. Those who venture near report whispers at night, subtle currents brushing against vessels, and the sensation that the canyon is alive and aware. Chapter 74: The Mist of the Maldives Trap. The Maldives are known for serene turquoise waters and coral reefs. But in the central atolls lies a stretch of ocean sailors called the Maldives Trap. The waters there appear ordinary, but sudden, dense fog rolls in, often trapping ships for days. In 1999, the yacht Sea Wanderer entered the trap. Instruments went haywire. GPS and compasses failed. Depth readings fluctuated between 10 meters and 5,000 meters in seconds. Crew members reported voices in the fog, calling names, whispering secrets, and singing songs in languages they did not know. Shadows appeared at the edges of the boat. Mist coalesced into forms resembling humans, fish, and impossible hybrids. Attempts to navigate out of the trap failed. Currents pushed the yacht in circles, as if guiding it toward a hidden abyss. A diver who attempted reconnaissance reported seeing a vast black mass beneath the yacht, larger than any reef, with a surface that seemed alive, rippling like skin. As the diver descended, bioluminescent creatures erupted in patterns, forming symbolic shapes resembling ancient runes and eyes. By the third day, the fog dissipated. The yacht emerged near open waters, but the crew was changed. All reported lingering auditory phenomena, faint reflections in calm waters showing figures not present, and a feeling of being watched whenever near the central atolls. Marine charts now mark the area as hazardous, but local fishermen warn that the trap is not natural. It is a guardian of something beneath the waves, something that manipulates mist, light, and perception to protect its domain. Chapter 7:5: The Crimson Tides of the Atlantic Rift. Along the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, in a rarely traversed section between the Azores and Madeira, there exists a phenomenon known as the Crimson Tides. Ships passing here have reported waters that, under specific conditions, turn blood red. The color is not due to algae or sediment. It glows faintly, moving in waves and spirals as if pulsing with life. In 2008, the research vessel Orpheus investigated. Divers found that the color emanated from living masses beneath the surface, massive, gelatinous organisms, hundreds of meters across, ranged in synchronized patterns and moving as if performing an elaborate, intelligent ritual. The organisms emitted a low-frequency hum, registering on sonar as a massive resonance matching the heartbeats of humans on the surface. Crew members experienced nausea, disorientation, and hallucinations, seeing companions as distorted shapes or hearing faint cries for help in the water. Attempts to collect samples failed. Nets tore, submersibles were pushed upward, and cameras shorted. A diver described a figure, humanoid in outline but too massive, with tentacle-like appendages and luminescent eyes, moving in the depths, watching every movement of the crew. The crimson tides receded suddenly, leaving the water clear. No trace of the organisms remained. Instruments recorded only faint residual pulses and the whisper of currents moving against the mid-Atlantic ridge. Scientists have speculated tectonic activity, bioluminescent organisms, or chemical reactions. Sailors, however, speak with certainty. The crimson tides are alive, aware and deliberate, a living presence beneath the waves that waits, observes, and remembers. Chapter 76. The Lament of the Sea Glass Reef. Far off the coast of Western Australia lies a hidden coral formation, locally called the Sea Glass Reef for the strange shimmer of its waters. Sailors avoid it during twilight, claiming the reef sings. In 2005, a team of marine geologists aboard the Aurora investigated the reef's composition. During dives, the scientists observed shards of mineral-like formations embedded in the coral, glowing faintly with bioluminescence. When divers tapped the formations, a deep resonance echoed through the water, almost musical, yet haunting, mournful, and ancient. By night, the reef revealed its true nature. The water itself seemed to vibrate, as if a massive organ beneath the reef was resonating in tune with currents, waves, tides, and even the human heartbeat. Divers reported whispers rising from the coral, sometimes resembling voices from their childhoods, other times repeating fears they had never spoken aloud. Attempts to remove samples failed. Pieces broke apart mid-air, melting like glass in reverse. Some divers claimed to see figures formed entirely of shifting water and light, moving in patterns among the coral, like dancers performing an unknowable ritual. The reef song continued, audible even above the surface in certain conditions. Mariners in nearby waters report hearing echoes of a massive lament, sorrowful yet intelligent, as if the reef itself grieved for something long lost. No modern science can explain the song. Local legend says the Sea Glass Reef is a memory of the ocean, a cemetery of voices and lives lost, preserved in mineral and water, singing eternally to anyone who dares listen. Chapter 77, The Inverted Horizon of Terra Nova. Off the coast of Newfoundland, sailors have long feared a phenomenon called the inverted horizon, a stretch of water where the sky and sea appear reversed. It begins subtly. The horizon ripples unnaturally, colors blend in impossible gradients, and reflections behave unpredictably. In 2012, the research vessel Terra Nova crossed this zone. Weather was calm, skies clear, yet instruments failed. Compasses spun, radar showed multiple phantom ships, and depth readings fluctuated drastically. Crew members reported seeing vessels above them, literally in the sky, upside down, mirroring their own. Divers sent into the waters described an underwater landscape that defied geometry. Cliffs rising at impossible angles, trenches folding onto themselves, and currents flowing upward. Strange aquatic life swam upside down, behaving as though gravity itself had reversed. At night, the phenomenon intensified. The water mirrored the night sky perfectly, and stars appeared below as if the ocean were a second universe. Crew members claimed to hear voices calling from below, echoing their own thoughts, repeating phrases before they could speak them.
Cats!
Attempts to escape the zone failed. GPS and celestial navigation ceased functioning. Days later, the ship emerged miles from its original trajectory, instruments fried, logs partially erased. The inverted horizon remains unsolved. A place where the ocean mirrors the sky, time warps, and reality itself feels fragile. Chapter 7-8. The Coral Labyrinth of Phoenix Isles in the South Pacific. A group of uncharted islands called the Phoenix Isles, hides a vast coral labyrinth stretching for kilometers beneath shallow waters. Divers and local fishermen speak of disorientation, sudden currents, and strange phenomena. In 2015, a scientific team aboard the Odyssey explored the labyrinth. Initial dives revealed intricate coral formations, forming tunnels, arches, and chambers. Sonar mapping suggested the labyrinth extended far beyond visual range. By the second dive, divers reported auditory hallucinations, whispers, laughter, and soft cries that appeared to come from the coral itself. Biologists insisted it was trapped air or water currents, yet the voices mimicked the divers' speech, answering questions before they were asked. At 50 meters depth, divers observed shadowy shapes moving in the coral, with forms resembling both humans and fish simultaneously. When approached, the shadows vanished, leaving behind water currents that seemed to resist human motion, pushing divers away from certain chambers. By the fourth dive, the team realized the labyrinth was more than coral. It was a sentient ecosystem, capable of responding, observing, and manipulating intruders. One diver became lost for hours despite being tethered. She emerged pale, silent, clutching fragments of glowing coral that disintegrated in air. Since then, the coral labyrinth remains uncharted. Explorers avoid the Phoenix Isles. Sailors claim that if you linger in the labyrinth, the coral will shape paths, disorient minds, and show visions of yourself as part of the water alive, but not as a human. Chapter 79, The Phantom Galleons of Strait of Magellan. The Strait of Magellan has long been notorious for unpredictable weather and treacherous currents. Mariners speak of ghost ships appearing in fog, often resembling 16th century galleons, fully rigged and crewed, yet unmapped and unseen on any charts. In 1998, the cargo ship Ventura entered the strait during fog. Sailors reported seeing 3 massive ships ahead, sails full, rigging taut, and flags tattered. As they approached, the ships vanished without a trace, leaving only distorted waves. Attempts to capture them on radar and sonar failed. Cameras recorded only static and interference. Witnesses reported hearing the clash of timbers, shouts, and the cries of men faintly over the fog. Over the next nights, the phantom galleons reappeared in various positions, always following the Ventura at safe distance, never attacking, but always observing. Crew members reported dreams reflecting the ship's movements, waking visions of sailors they had never met, dressed in historical uniforms. Legends claim these galleons are the spirits of lost explorers, cursed to sail endlessly, or guardians of a secret submerged beneath the strait. Perhaps a treasure or a power the ocean itself conceals. Mariners today still report seeing their masts in fog, shimmering unnaturally, and sometimes hearing cannon fire without damage or debris. Chapter 80, The Obsidian Depths of Koryo Trench. The Koryo Trench, northeast of Japan, plunges over 10,000 meters into the Pacific. Few have dared explore its depths. In 2016, the unmanned submersible Shinkai Phantom descended to its abyss, recording unprecedented anomalies. At 7,000 meters, the trench walls displayed strange formations, black, smooth, reflective surfaces curved unnaturally. Currents carried objects upward against gravity. Sonar detected a massive moving shape, over 4 kilometers long, gliding silently along the trench floor. As the submersible approached, a pulse of low-frequency sound erupted, vibrating the hull. The waveform resembled a heartbeat, irregular yet purposeful. Suddenly, Lights in the submersible revealed forms rising from the trench floor, black and featureless, hundreds of meters tall, moving in concert like a coordinated organism. The submersible's cameras captured flashes of bioluminescence, shapes resembling eyes, mouths and limbs, yet none matched any known life form. Attempts to retreat were met with currents strong enough to push the vessel into the trench walls. The final recording captured a single terrifying phenomenon. The trench itself seemed to breathe. Walls expanded and contracted slowly, as though the ocean floor was alive. A final pulse resonated so deeply, it registered in nearby seismic instruments, shaking the seafloor kilometers away. The Shinkai Phantom was never recovered. Attempts to return to the trench yielded only echoes of the original low-frequency pulse, faintly audible across the Kuril Islands, and the faint reflection of massive dark forms moving just beyond sonar's reach. Chapter 81. The eternal storm of the Phoenix Gulf. Far south in the Indian Ocean lies a region sailors call the Phoenix Gulf, notorious for a storm that never dissipates. Satellite imagery confirms a constant cyclone spanning hundreds of kilometers, yet the waters beneath remain eerily calm. Ships attempting passage report a sky alive with lightning that moves independently of wind, clouds forming shapes that resemble massive submerged creatures. In 2007, the research vessel EOS entered the storm, equipped with drones, submersibles, and the latest atmospheric sensors. Onboard crew members described seeing reflections of impossible shapes in the clouds. Shadows of leviathans gliding beneath the water, and flares of light beneath the surface, as if the ocean itself were igniting. By the second night, instruments detected enormous sonar contacts beneath the storm. Shapes stretching tens of kilometers, moving slowly in the deep. Attempts to navigate away proved futile. Currents and wind shifted unnaturally, steering the ship toward the center of the storm. Divers reported glimpses of colossal forms beneath the water, bodies shimmering like molten metal, appendages extending 4 kilometers, and bioluminescent patterns pulsing in synchrony with the storm above. The ocean seemed alive, its heartbeat echoing in the hull of the vessel, synchronized with the low hum in the crew's bones. By dawn, the storm dissipated as suddenly as it had appeared. The EOS survived, but all recordings were corrupted, instruments fried, and several crew members refused to speak of what they had witnessed. Locals warn, the Phoenix Gulf is not weather, it is a living entity, a sentinel of the deep, eternal and watchful. Chapter 82. The Glowing Chasm of Lizard's Reef. Lizard's Reef, located off the coast of Papua New Guinea, hides a canyon that descends nearly 4,500 meters. At night, the chasm glows with strange phosphorescent light, appearing as if the ocean floor is ablaze. In 2011, the submersible Abyssal descended to study unusual thermal vents. Early readings revealed normal geothermal activity, yet the glowing intensified beyond explanation. Sonar revealed a massive tentacle-like entity curling around the canyon walls, entirely black, punctuated by hundreds of glowing orbs. The submersible recorded strange phenomena, currents that defied logic, objects levitating against gravity, and whispers that seemed to emanate from the water itself. Crew members aboard the Abyssal reported visions of creatures observing them, with expressions of recognition, curiosity, and warning. During one dive, a diver became separated from the submersible tether. For 3 minutes, he was alone in darkness before being retrieved. Upon surfacing, he was pale, unable to speak, and claimed that the chasm itself had watched him breathe, recording his presence for some unknown purpose. Subsequent attempts to study lizards' reef failed. Biologists, geologists, and naval researchers now classify the glowing chasm as anomalous and sentient, a place where the boundaries between biology, geology, and consciousness collapse beneath the waves. Chapter 83: The Siren Waves of Icelandic Sound. Yet local legend speaks of the siren waves, oceanic phenomena that emit melodic sounds capable of influencing minds. In 2014, a research vessel, Nordic Echo, attempted to record these sounds using hydrophones. At first, scientists documented harmonic pulses reminiscent of whale songs, but evolving into patterns too intricate for natural explanation. Crew members reported euphoria, vertigo, and vivid hallucinations of otherworldly landscapes beneath the waves. The waves intensified at night. Faint lights beneath the water shimmered like dancing stars. Divers reported seeing shapes forming in the currents, humanoid yet fluid, performing choreographed movements as if telling a story without words. Those who lingered too long described hearing their own memories played back in voice-like tones, interspersed with warnings in unknown languages. Attempts to capture video or audio failed repeatedly. Files corrupted or displayed static-filled images. The siren waves, it seemed, interacted with technology itself, protecting the secret of their origin. Local fishermen now avoid the sound entirely. Legends claim that the siren waves are a conscious force, shaping perception, memory, and reality itself, rewarding those who respect the sea and punishing those who intrude. Chapter 84: The Iceberg That Breathes Far in the Southern Ocean. Researchers discovered an iceberg unlike any other. Dubbed the Breathing Glacier, it emitted rhythmic pulsations, rising and falling like lungs. In 2016, the Endeavour approached the iceberg to study thermal anomalies. Instruments recorded temperature fluctuations, electrical discharges, and sonar signals resembling low-frequency heartbeats. Divers observed cracks forming and closing spontaneously. Water jets expelled in timed bursts, and faint luminescent shapes moving within the ice. At night, the iceberg's glow illuminated the surrounding waters. Crew members reported hearing breathing, whispers, and muffled singing, resonating with their own heartbeats. One diver who touched the ice described a sudden vision: an ancient entity, massive and humanoid, embedded within the iceberg, aware and alive. Attempts to collect ice samples were unsuccessful. Fragments melted instantly or disintegrated. The breathing glacier drifted slowly for weeks, then vanished into the Southern Ocean, leaving only faint pulses detectable by long-range sonar. Scientists theorized geothermal activity or trapped gases, but crew aboard the Endeavour knew better. The iceberg was alive, observing and judging. Chapter 85: The Watchers of the Midnight Trench. The Midnight Trench. Deep in the Pacific is one of the least explored regions on Earth, descending over 10,000 meters. It is home to darkness absolute, where even light cannot penetrate. In 2018, the deep-sea probe Nereid descended to record life at extreme depth. Early sonar detected nothing, yet optical sensors revealed faint, massive shapes moving beyond visual range, pulsing with an eerie luminescence. As the probe descended, strange audio phenomena appeared, echoes of human speech. Interspersed with sounds resembling machinery and animal calls, impossible to reconcile. Instruments fluctuated wildly. Pressure anomalies threatened the probe's hull. At 9,500 meters, the probe recorded forms with impossible geometry, seemingly solid and liquid simultaneously, moving in deliberate patterns. Pulses of light traveled along the forms in sequences resembling a language or code. Crew monitoring from the surface reported experiencing hallucinations, faint whispers, and visions of figures emerging from the trench. Staring silently, observing every movement, attempts to retrieve the probe failed. The final transmission ended with a single pulse, then silence. The midnight trench remains unexplored. Sonar occasionally detects vast shapes, but nothing can approach without disturbance. Locals and researchers alike whisper, the trench is patrolled by watchers, ancient sentinels of the deep, observing humanity with patience beyond comprehension. Chapter 86. The Vortex of Lost Time in the South Atlantic, east of Tristan da Cunha. Sailors speak of a phenomenon known only as the Vortex of Lost Time. Ships entering the area report hours, days, or even weeks passing differently than expected. Calendars, clocks, and navigation instruments fail. Time itself appears warped. In 2013, the research vessel Kronos ventured into the vortex to record temporal anomalies. The crew initially noted minor discrepancies, chronometers running slow, radios repeating old messages, and solar compasses misaligning. But by the second day, phenomena escalated. Crew members experienced visions of events that had not yet occurred, glimpses of vessels lost decades earlier, and weather patterns that shifted unpredictably. Sonar detected a massive depression in the ocean floor, circular, nearly 10 kilometers wide. Within the depression, water currents rotated independently, opposing tidal forces, creating a stable, spinning vortex. Divers sent to investigate reported hearing whispers counting time 1, 2, hundreds, in languages both familiar and unknown. At night, strange luminescent shapes appeared beneath the waves, towering forms that pulsed in rhythm with perceived time distortions, moving as if they controlled the flow of hours and minutes. Crew members lost all sense of elapsed time. Some slept for what they believed were minutes, only to awaken days later. Kronos eventually left the area, but the experience left lasting effects. Memories of events that never happened, objects misplaced in impossible ways, and crew members who aged differently from each other, as if the vortex had rewritten the passage of time itself. Chapter 87. The Shattered Isles of Shadowed Sea, far north, near the Arctic Circle, lies a region called the Shadowed Sea, dotted with small islands appearing and disappearing at random intervals. Explorers often speak of a sensation of being watched, even when alone. In 2014, the icebreaker Aurora Polaris mapped the area. Instruments recorded irregular magnetic fields. GPS signals failed intermittently, and sonar detected large submerged objects moving beneath the islands. The crew witnessed strange optical phenomena, land masses shifting positions overnight, shadows forming shapes resembling ships, creatures, and human figures, only to vanish as the sun rose. During a survey dive, the team discovered caverns beneath the seabed, extending kilometers, filled with water that glowed faintly and emitted a low-frequency hum. Objects introduced into the caverns appeared outside in different locations, suggesting non-Euclidean space or active manipulation of reality. One diver reported seeing a massive shadow with eyes reflecting the stars, moving slowly through the underwater caverns, observing and following the submersible. Attempts to capture it failed. Sonar bounced off the object unpredictably, as if it shifted between dimensions. Today, the Shattered Isles remain largely uncharted. Satellite imagery is inconsistent, sometimes showing land where none should exist. Fishermen report hearing faint whispers and the sounds of footsteps along shores that vanish upon approach, suggesting the shadowed sea is alive, sentient, and aware of intruders. Chapter 88: The Bleeding Waters of Caribbean Abyss in the Caribbean. Near the Puerto Rico Trench, a phenomenon occurs called the bleeding waters. During certain tides, the sea takes on a crimson hue, yet water samples reveal no algae, sediment, or chemical explanation. In 2016, the deep-sea submersible Crimson Explorer descended to record this anomaly. At 3,500 meters, cameras captured massive, semi-transparent organisms moving in formation, pulsing with red bioluminescence. Sonar indicated a single vast organism controlling the smaller masses, guiding them like a hive. Divers reported that the water carried whispers, subtle at first, then coherent, names, fears, and memories of those aboard the surface vessel. One diver experienced a vision of the abyssal ocean bleeding upward, forming shapes resembling cities, ships, and figures lost centuries ago. The organisms reacted to light, currents, and sound. Attempts to retrieve samples failed. Nets tore and submersibles were pushed violently upward. The crimson phenomenon persisted for hours before fading, leaving only faint pulses detected by sonar. Locals believe the bleeding waters are a manifestation of the ocean's memory, recording tragedy, war, and loss, and replaying it for those who venture too deep, leaving survivors forever haunted. Chapter 89: The Floating Tombs of the Gulf of Guinea. In the Gulf of Guinea, near Nigeria, sailors tell tales of floating coffins, large wooden structures drifting at night. No source or owner, sometimes carrying corpses intact but showing no signs of decay. In 2017, the research vessel Obey Explorer investigated. Sonar detected multiple submerged objects matching the floating coffin's dimensions. Divers were sent, but upon approaching, the coffins disappeared or merged into the water, leaving only ripples. Crew members reported hearing soft chanting in unknown tongues emanating from the water itself. Night observations revealed ghostly figures walking atop the waves, appearing human but with distorted proportions and glowing eyes. Attempts to record the figures failed. Cameras captured only static. Some coffins, when approached, caused equipment to malfunction violently. Electrical instruments surged, lights flickered, and compasses spun erratically. One diver who reached out to touch a coffin vanished, leaving only his tether floating in mid-water for hours before snapping mysteriously. Local legends say the floating tombs are the guardians of souls lost at sea, punished by the ocean to wander forever, watching intruders, sometimes calling them to join the drifting dead. Chapter 90: The Silent Titans of Atlantic Abyss, deep in the Central Atlantic. The Mid-Atlantic Abyss hides the largest known unknowns of the ocean. In 2018, the submersible Aegir descended beyond 6,000 meters and discovered massive, motionless forms, black as midnight, stretching kilometers, blending seamlessly with the abyssal floor. Sonar detected subtle movements, gradual shifts over hours, hinting at awareness and intentional positioning. Lights revealed faint luminescent patterns resembling eyes, yet no identifiable anatomy existed. Currents around the Titans reacted to the submersible, diverting it slowly but deliberately. Crew monitoring remotely reported hearing faint hums, almost musical, resonating in harmony with their own heartbeats. Some experienced vertigo and disorientation, unable to distinguish the submersible from hallucinations. Attempts to interact failed. Probes sent near the Titans were pushed away by invisible forces. Cameras captured shifting shadows and reflections that didn't correspond to any object in the water. The Abyssal Titans remain one of the greatest oceanic mysteries. They are monumental, patient, and aware witnesses to millennia. Watching humanity from a depth we cannot reach, silent, yet fully conscious of every intrusion into their dark domain. Chapter 91. The Whispering Fjords of Greenland and Northern Greenland. A network of fjords stretches far inland, largely unexplored due to ice and unpredictable weather. Local Inuit legends speak of the Whispering Fjords, waters that carry voices from beneath the ice. In 2019, the icebreaker Aurora Glacialis navigated one such fjord. Initial sonar readings revealed nothing unusual, but acoustic instruments began recording faint murmurs, fragmented speech in multiple languages, including ones thought extinct. Crew members reported hearing their own thoughts spoken aloud, often twisted into unfamiliar phrasing. By the second night, fog rolled in. The ship's lights revealed shadows beneath the water, enormous, twisting, moving as though swimming through solid ice. Divers reported entering caverns beneath the fjord floor, lined with crystalline structures that amplified sounds, creating echoes that resembled hundreds of conversations simultaneously. Strangest of all, the voices seemed aware. Crew attempting to speak back reported hearing replies before opening their mouths, repeating personal memories or fears. Some members fell into trance-like states, staring into the water as if drawn by the whispers. The Aurora Glacialis eventually retreated. Instruments recorded only silence afterward, but the crew described a lingering sensation. The fjord itself listens, records, and remembers, carrying the voices of anyone who dares to enter. Chapter 92. The Floating Mirror of Pacific Void, somewhere near the equatorial Pacific. Sailors report a perfectly still area of water called the Pacific Void, appearing as a mirror. Reflections are unnerving. Ships appear slightly distorted. Skies ripple unnaturally, and the horizon seems infinite. In 2020, the vessel Mirage ventured into the area. Early measurements revealed optical and gravitational anomalies. Reflections moved independently. Compasses and GPS failed, and radar produced ghost images of non-existent vessels. Divers sent into the water reported seeing figures beneath the surface, humanoid, fluid, and refracting light, moving in ways impossible for known biology. Cameras malfunctioned. Optical sensors displayed shifting geometric patterns rather than imagery. By night, the water itself appeared to breathe, waves rising and falling in deliberate rhythm. Crew members reported hearing voices, not of this world, echoing through the hull, and in their minds, repeating cryptic phrases. Attempts to escape the Pacific Void failed. The current seemed to direct the ship into the center. Finally, instruments returned to normal after hours, yet the crew described visions of themselves mirrored underwater, moving autonomously, as though observing their own lives from below. The Pacific Void remains one of the most mysterious and unexplained anomalies in the ocean. Chapter 93. The Labyrinth of Sunken Lights. In the Philippine Sea, deep underwater trenches hold a phenomenon called the Labyrinth of Sunken Lights. Submersibles report glowing pathways forming patterns on the seabed, changing with every dive. In 2021, the OCNS Explorer mapped the area. Sonar detected maze-like channels hundreds of meters across, curving impossibly, intersecting, and diverging like fractals. Divers entering the labyrinth observed bioluminescent entities moving along invisible paths, forming shapes resembling ancient runes or maps. The lights appeared sentient. As divers moved, the pathways shifted, guiding them toward unknown chambers or away from them entirely. Those who lingered reported hearing faint whispers repeating their names and fears, sometimes replaying conversations from days or years earlier. Attempts to capture images failed. Lights disappeared when viewed through cameras. One diver reported visions of massive structures resembling sunken cities, inhabited by translucent humanoid figures performing rituals in silence. The labyrinth of sunken lights remains largely unexplored. Mariners nearby report faint glimmers on the surface at night, suggesting the ocean itself is shaping and protecting this underwater intelligence. Chapter 9 for the crimson foam of Atlantic Strait along the southern Atlantic. Near the mouth of the Congo River, mariners report crimson foam waves tinged deep red that appear sporadically without explanation. In 2021, the vessel Crimson Tide encountered the phenomenon. Samples revealed no plankton, sediment, or chemical cause. Sonar detected vast, moving shadows beneath the foam, shapes far larger than whales, moving deliberately. Divers reported being surrounded by semi-transparent, elongated creatures, pulsing in unison, forming vast arcs resembling ancient symbols. Crew reported auditory hallucinations, faint cries, laughter, and whispers in unknown tongues. When attempts were made to sample the water or capture creatures, the foam would retract, currents forming walls around the ship, and all equipment malfunctioned. The crimson foam persisted for hours, then vanished, leaving the sea calm as if nothing had occurred. Locals insist it is a living phenomenon, marking boundaries of something beneath, guarding its secrets while observing intruders with intelligence and patience. Chapter 95 The Watchers of Pacific Abyssal Plain. The Pacific Abyssal Plain, near the Mariana Trench, is among the least explored regions on Earth. In 2022, deep-sea drones reported enormous shapes moving just beyond detection, kilometers across, entirely black, blending seamlessly with the ocean floor. Sonar revealed slow, deliberate motion, suggesting intelligence. Lights revealed faint luminescence resembling eyes, arranged in patterns, yet without discernible anatomy. Currents around the watchers moved in response to drone movements. Crew monitoring remotely reported vibrations, hums, and faint whispers, echoing their own thoughts and fears. Cameras captured shadows shifting independently, forming geometric patterns and shapes impossible for any known life form. The abyssal watchers remain a profound mystery. Those who study the area report a sensation of being observed constantly, as if the trench itself is alive, conscious, and recording human activity, waiting silently for intruders to leave or join the deep. Chapter 96 The velvet depths of southern Pacific. In the remote southern Pacific, beyond the Solomon Islands, lies a region sailors call the Velvet Depths. The water there is unnaturally calm, deep blue, almost black, with waves that seem to absorb light. In 2023, the research vessel Nereid's Call entered the area. Sonar detected massive shapes, slowly gliding beneath, but no images appeared on cameras. Divers reported the sensation of moving through liquid glass, as if gravity, density, and sound had been altered. At night, the depths revealed themselves, faint undulating lights beneath the waves, forming patterns like a celestial map. Crew described shadowy figures rising partially from the water, humanoid yet impossible in proportion, sometimes mimicking movements made hours earlier by the crew. The deeper the submersible descended, the more intense the phenomena became. Currents shifted with intent, guiding the vessel into invisible corridors. Whispering voices echoed through hull and mind alike, repeating fears, secrets, and fragments of memories not their own. Attempts to collect physical samples failed, instruments short-circuited, cameras corrupted, and divers' tethered lines frayed spontaneously. The velvet depths remain an unforgiving, sentient expanse, recording every intrusion and ensuring no one leaves unchanged. Chapter 9-7 The Ice Mirrors of Weddell Sea. The Weddell Sea, Antarctica, is a vast expanse of ice and stormy waters. Among the icebergs are formations that sailors call ice mirrors, floating slabs that reflect not the physical world, but impossible visions. In 2023, the icebreaker Arctic Sentinel documented these phenomena. Crew members reported seeing entire ships reflected above the water, moving independently from reality, sometimes showing vessels lost decades prior. Instruments registered optical anomalies, light bending at impossible angles, GPS showing locations hundreds of kilometers off course. Divers sent beneath the ice mirrors reported translucent, shifting forms resembling humanoids, moving through cracks in the ice, sometimes disappearing, sometimes merging with the water. Their movements were deliberate, almost ritualistic. Crew members aboard the Sentinel experienced auditory phenomena, whispers, murmurs, and laughter in multiple languages, including ones that no living person could speak. Some reported seeing their own faces reflected in ice surfaces, faces older, younger, or subtly altered, as if showing alternate versions of themselves. The ice mirrors drift unpredictably, appearing and disappearing without warning. Locals insist they are sentient guardians of the polar abyss, capable of recording, manipulating, and projecting both reality and memory. Chapter 9-8 The Phantom Coral of Solomon Current in the Solomon Islands. A deep ocean current hides a coral system unseen by maps, called the Phantom Coral. The coral glows faintly at night and is said to emit subsonic vibrations capable of affecting human perception. In 2024, the submersible Abyss Walker explored the Phantom Coral. Divers described tunnels and chambers illuminated by bioluminescent growths that formed patterns resembling glyphs in ancient writing. As divers moved, the patterns shifted, guiding or obstructing paths at will. Sounds within the coral were impossible to localize: whispers, calls, and tones that mimicked divers' own voices. One diver experienced a vision of giant fluid figures gliding among the coral, watching, waiting, recording. Attempts to photograph or film the figures resulted in corrupted footage or static. When probes attempted to take coral samples, currents pushed them away, and instruments failed. Crew concluded the phantom coral was not only alive but intelligent, capable of influencing perception, controlling movement, and communicating without sound as humans understand it. The phantom coral remains uncharted. Locals say the current carries strange whispers for miles, warning those who approach. The coral remembers, observes, and punishes intrusion.
Chapter 99
The Midnight Whale of Atlantic Trench. In the northern Atlantic, near the Puerto Rico Trench, mariners report an enormous, never-ending whale, dubbed the Midnight Whale. Sightings are rare but consistent, a massive dark form moving silently, never surfacing fully, often creating massive waves that appear without wind. In 2024, the deep-sea research vessel Leviathan deployed submersibles. Sonar revealed a creature kilometers long, moving slowly along the trench floor. Lights revealed pulsing bioluminescence along its body, forming patterns that some interpreted as a form of communication. Crew experienced auditory phenomena, low-frequency hums resonating in their chests, whispers repeating personal fears and sounds of distant shipwrecks. Divers reported feeling watched continuously, even when the whale was hundreds of meters away. Attempts to approach it closely failed. Currents and invisible forces pushed submersibles away. Cameras failed to record proper images. The creature always appeared distorted. The midnight whale seems to exist both physically and metaphysically, a sentinel of the abyss, observing humans without intent to interact, yet leaving them changed forever. Chapter 100: The Eternal Absiders of Pacific Abyss. The final chapter of Oceanic Mysteries resides in the Pacific Abyss, the deepest, most remote trench on Earth. In 2025, the unmanned submersible Oceanus Ultima descended to the deepest known points. From the outset, anomalies began. Sonar detected enormous moving shapes that could not be physically mapped. Cameras malfunctioned, and lights revealed shadows that shifted independently of their source. Crew monitoring remotely reported sensations of being watched, as if the trench itself were alive. At 10,500 meters, the submersible recorded what appeared to be massive, sentient beings, black as the void, with faint bioluminescent markers forming patterns resembling eyes, faces, or unknown symbols. They moved slowly, deliberately, and interacted with the probe's presence without direct contact. Auditory sensors picked up subtle vibrations and low-frequency hums, matching human heartbeat and environmental rhythms as if the trench itself was conscious. Crew members experienced hallucinations, shadowy figures approaching their own location on the surface, whispers from deep memory, and visions of lost ships, planes, and cities. The Oceanus Ultima was never retrieved intact. Only fragments of footage survived, showing gigantic shapes, impossible shadows, and shifting geometry. Leading to one conclusion: the Pacific Abyss houses eternal observers, sentient entities beyond comprehension, silently monitoring humanity's intrusion into the oceans, recording every movement, thought, and fear. The ocean, after 100 chapters of mystery, remains a realm where reality bends. Consciousness meets depth, and some truths are never meant to surface. These 100 ocean mysteries remind us that the sea is more than water. And waves, it is a living, breathing record of our history, our tragedies, and our deepest fears. What you've just heard are glimpses of secrets the ocean keeps for itself. Some of them may follow you long after this video ends. If you survived these tales of the deep, make sure to like this video, subscribe for more haunting stories from the unknown, and share it with those brave enough to listen. And remember, some mysteries of the sea are never meant to be uncovered.